generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
And welcome on in, everybody, for Spline Design Studios Saturday. Another rendition here. Yeah, got a super nasty cold here, so the voice does sound a little bit off kilter there. That's going to be more or less the reason why. So just to get that out of the way, I guess right away. Torch coming on in there, already getting hot and heavy on the shot and slots and the wrist. Got scolded. Nope. That says I don't think so. Welcome on in, everybody. We're just getting some things loaded up here. Let's see here. Going to be continuing work on the Texas Motor Speedway primarily for the NASCAR Racing 2003 racing simulation. He definitely shut you down, yes. Absolutely. So I was able to acquire the 3DS Max scene. I can go ahead and bring this over. We're going to get right into this without wasting too much time here. Let's see. Let's bring it on over. There we go. So, I was able to get back the 3DS Max scene, get all the things applied in there collaboratively, I guess, as far as all the things that we've now I've got in progress here, I guess, as far as the models and such like that. The Lone Star Towers are obviously already in the track, as we know. What the heck was that flicker? I gotta make sure my autosaves are turned off. Just a second here. There's a lot of data in this scene, and I do not need it to be crapping out at me. That is for sure. So let's make sure. Yep, I do have it off. Okay, cool. Yeah, with having this much information, especially trying to stream this, I do have the LiDAR loaded in there. That's the green that you see in the scene there. It does tend to really bog the system down. So that's one of the downsides, I guess, as far as working with such elaborate information that is the cloud point data as far as the LiDAR. So, but it is very beneficial, I guess, to be able to get things into position as well as heights of things and whatever. Now, with that being said, Torch has already taken the initiative, I guess, to correct any inaccuracies of the Lone Star Tower, which is the hotel here. So you can definitely see where the original object from the 2015 build stood. Obviously, that was out of scale, out of size. That's been corrected. My Torch is in there. This is the original model that I gotten. Oh crap! Don't be doing that. It's kind of chugging here a little bit. There we go. I don't like when it hesitates like that. It freaks me out. But I've been able to get this all in here anyway. So I did find the information that I did do in a previous stream for the big hoss here, and that's pretty much good to go. Because as far as that goes, it'd just be a matter of getting it back into you know, in the proper format to be able to get it into the track anyway, as far as to get all the scenes applied, as far as the plane for that and all that good stuff. So as far as the height of this, pretty much good to go. I'll take a closer look at this one here. So I'm going to turn off. One of the biggest things that I did notice here besides that was the main grandstands from the 2015 build. Definitely need some adjustment. This pink here that you see, that is the track template. That is the track template that we use to get the LiDAR information into the track itself in Sandbox. So you can see how much the grandstands are actually cutting into. So there's definitely some repositioning and just some adjustments in the overall configuration of the main grandstand. So now that we got it all in here and our LiDAR's where it needs to be and all that good stuff, we have that to be able to do. I did bring in I never did bring in this club, which is a separate object. I used the coordinates from the 2015 build to get this where that was, and then coming to find out, I guess as far as the way we've got the LiDAR on this here, it actually ends up putting it pretty close into position here. So this is untouched, other than just getting it into that position that it was in the 15 build. You can see the height data for the LiDAR, which is the green, and the positioning of that club, which is a separate object. I got this in a group right now, but this is a separate piece. A lot of this grandstand object here is in different pieces here. The club is obviously one of them. So yeah, I was just putting that in there. It's just like landed right where it needed to go, I guess. But besides that, there is still some adjustment to be made to the grandstand, as we can tell based on the LiDAR information. We need to move some of these towers. The heights of them look pretty just about right, but some of the positioning of them might need to be adjusted. Yeah, we can kind of scroll around here and kind of see which ones are a little bit off. Not a lot of adjustment, but you know, just some minor stuff. The height really tends to, you know, take place, I guess, as far as like that. So we got some of these over here. So down on this end, we're a little bit off. Definitely can adjust that. So we're a little bit long on that there, it looks like. You know, just things like that. So we got all this information with the LiDAR to be able to adjust these things appropriately. So we're trying to give himself a drink early on to it, huh? Early on going in. So, yeah, it's just a matter of getting these things adjusted. Being able to spit out the objects as far as into 3DS, so we can get that into our other version of Max to get the pass export and so on and so forth. It needs to be scripted, all that good stuff. Now we do have a lot of information from the 2015 build that will help the effort. So I have the main grand stuff here. A majority of this is from the 2015 build, as I mentioned. So we'll be able to use a lot of that. Again, the club is separate. The FSGS is a front stretch grandstand. A lot of that is combined as far as all those individual pieces into one object. And just as I was mentioning previously, this is back from 2015. So we've got that. Yeah, we'll be getting to. I don't know if we'll get to that far into the build. I guess as far as to get that far to be able to create it, we'll have to see how it goes. That is the goal, I guess, to be able to do that. But the club is obviously, like I said, in a separate piece. I do have that as a separate piece as well in the Max scene, so we'll be able to spit that out. I'm not thinking there's probably too much that needs to be adjusted to the club, as far as the Speedway club. From what we can see here in the scene here, just putting it in that original position here from Max. I never did try, honestly, to put the rest of this main grandstand in the same location as the 2015 build. I might try and do that, actually, in much the same fashion I did with the club, just to see where it lands. Up to this point, that's all I've done is just to manually put it in a position based on where the LiDAR is. So, why does that keep flickering like that? I don't like that. It's freaking me out. It shouldn't be saving. Probably what I'll end up doing, I hope it doesn't continue to do that. I'm going to need this LiDAR information to be able to move the parts of the grandstand or whatever into order, that's for sure. Just kind of waiting on to see if it will do that again, because if it continues to do that, I'm going to have to hide the LiDAR. I think it's just trying to render that in the scene. It definitely shouldn't be saving it, that's for sure. Okay. So yeah, I think that's what I am going to do. Currently, right now, I do have, this is the current build of the Texas Motor Speedway. That torch just started here, so I think what I will do is go with what I just said there. I'm going to try and open up the 2015 build. Well, you take the coordinates from that grouping of the main grandstands and put it in, just to see where it lands. I haven't not yet to do that. I did do that with the club, and I saw where it landed, so we may be a lot closer than we think. So, let's see here. Need to close this out, that's for sure. Let's go back to tracks, and then we want to go down here to the 2015 build. Let's see. Down here. We'll go right into this one right here. Now, yeah, I do have my 3D Sim Ed. This is basically to get the DAE export, the geometry of the track. So that's that one. That's going all the way back to November 24th of 15. So that's it's been a few years. Okay, all the more reason we need an update to the track. So let's get this one loaded up. Should load up. That's where I got the coordinates for the club, which is a separate piece here. So if I go into object view, the heck was that all about? Okay, so what did that go into? Nope, wrong one. It's gonna go in this view. So that should be the club. Yep. Front stretch grandstand club. So I took those same coordinates minus the Z coordinate. I used the X and Y to get it to where it is in the max seed. And that's where it landed. So let's get the front stretch grandstand here, which is this here. I'm going to take these coordinates. I'm going to group this up in max here a little bit differently. So I'm going to untie the club from this for a second and group the rest of it together so we can put it in that coordinate and see what we get. I'm kind of curious now. So it's ungroup. We kind of rename some of this stuff so it makes it a little easier to be able to pick these things out from the items list here. Okay, so we want to leave the club out of the group, and we only want this, the suites, the towers, and that should be it. So group all that up, and this is, and I've demonstrated this before, the difference between grouping it and collapsing it all together. To collapse it would put it kind of quote-unquote permanently together as far as max goes. When you group it, you have the ability, to be able to group it, move it, manipulate it, and then ungroup it so that you can get to the individual parts. So that's the biggest difference as far as being able to collapse and group. I think what I'll do, since I'm going to ungroup this again anyway, it doesn't matter what I name it. So let's put these coordinates based on that. I'm going to do a effect pivot and center that for starters. Alright, and then we'll grab these coordinates from Sandbox. Alright, so we have -20, How close are we in the first place? -9. Okay, let's try -20. Even. Okay, so that puts it there. Not done yet. And then we need 180 on the Y. And currently we are sitting at 100. Yeah, we're not that far off actually. Okay, so let's put 180. So that's where the sandbox coordinate is. Now I'm leaving out the Z coordinate, which is the up and down, because I'm going to use the LiDAR for that. So let's see, where does that put us with that coordinate? Yeah, we can definitely see it's much more off by doing it that way, so I don't know. Where does that put the grandstand in comparison to the track surface? So the track surface is the pink, the magenta. So if this is all true, gets as far as to put that in the same position as that, we got quite a bit of adjustment to make to this main grandstand. Because that main grandstand is definitely cutting into our track surface object here, as far as that magenta. So, not a big deal though. I think that's not necessarily a terrible thing. We're gonna leave that coordinate where it's at, and we'll adjust it from there. I think we do have enough data here to be able to do that. Now, with that done, let's see here. I'm going to ungroup this so that we can get the individual parts back. So the main should be the seats. There we go. Just out of curiosity, I'm just going to move this manually. I can always put it back just to see how far we are off. Okay, so there's where it's going into the fencing or the wall. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that's where I'm going to move it. I just wanted to get an idea visually as far as how much that is potentially off. Okay. So probably what I will do... Yeah, let's go and snap that back. Let's put that back where it was. I'm going to go ahead and hide some of these pieces here so we can get to one at a time. So we're going to deal with the seating section here first, and then we'll go from there. Everything is still all mapped, as you can see too, so that'll be half the battle there, as far as just to be able to adjust the model itself, I guess, to our LiDAR. And then if we do get any anomalies with the UV mapping, upon doing that, then we'll deal with that. We'll cross that bridge once we get to it. Okay, so let's hide these towers. Okay, so all this green, just to kind of reiterate, is the LiDAR. That's the real world information as far as the cloud point data. So that's what we're going to adjust our model to. Okay, so this is all we have for the main grandstand. Now we're going to go ahead and adjust this accordingly at this point. Okay. So we can kind of see with that coordinate how much it's... This is where the press booths are. Which the height of that, as we could tell, wasn't too far off as far as that goes. But the seating here is a little bit out of shape here, so we're gonna want to adjust that. Now, what kind of points do we have vertex-wise? I'm gonna convert this to an editable polyline. I think of it as well. That'll give us a lot more options to be able to adjust this the way we need to. Now, let's see. You can really see how much this is out. Oh, again, this pink here represents the track surface. So we can see how much that's... the grandstand object is actually bleeding over, I guess, onto that. So we don't want that. Okay. The other thing I'm kind of curious about, because the LiDAR does line up with our ground plane. So I think I'm going to turn this LiDAR off, the cloud point data. Let's hide that. And look at our ground plane here. Okay. Now I can use this track template here as somewhat of a guide too, because that gives us that height data, I guess, as far as where that outside wall would be roughly. So I can use that as well as the ground plane. Let's put this on a top down, like so. Okay. Just trying to get an idea of how this might work for me. Alright, select that again. I don't want to warp this thing too much out of shape. I want to maintain some of this as much as possible, but I think what I could do, I'm going to go to my paint selection tool for the vertices and move this in one big chunk if I can. So like this. I'm just going to try it this way, and if it doesn't work out, we can always undo it. But in my head, I could more than likely probably move. That's what I didn't want to do. I'm not going to be able to move that straight back. Okay. I'm trying not to morph that too much as far as to stretch that texture on there if I can help it. I want to maintain the length of that so you can get somewhat of an idea of what I'm trying to accomplish here. So I'm going to move these a little bit at a time. Now what is a little bit deceiving to me is the fact that we can see the suites for that there is actually that we might have to scale down this top edge here of the stands to be able to accommodate. That's something else that may need to get done. So we'll adjust it this way first and we'll go from there. Just to see what we get here. I have this the original 3DS in my archives here anyway, so if we screw this up really bad, we can always revert. Okay. I'm almost thinking too that the stands probably go, in fact they definitely do as far as going underneath the actual suites there. So the suites aren't necessarily on the very back side of the grandstands, I don't believe. I could be wrong, but that's the way most of these types of grandstands with the suites behind it usually go. As far as you have the suites kind of hanging over the top of that edge of this edge here of the seating area. Okay, so how far? That's right there. Okay. It's a lot more than I thought it would be. Okay. So I'm going to do a section here at a time. So right about there. Yeah, the fact that this is all in segments like this, it makes it kind of easier to be able to do. Thanks to Racer James' efforts on this one here. This is his handiwork, I guess, as far as back on the 2015 build. Yeah, so I am almost thinking that, yeah, that this edge here of the grandstands is going to come pretty much to this edge on the ground plane for the suites, because the suites go over top of that. The back side of the suites would be the backs, you know, this edge here of the seating area. That does make sense. And keeping in mind, I do have this on a top-down view, so I'm not skewed or anything like that. I'm looking at it straight down to not deceive, I guess, as far as this needs to go. This is probably gonna have to get sucked in too. I'll get to that in a bit. I just want to get this all adjusted this way first. Yep, there we go. So we got a couple different points here. I'm gonna grab all these right here. There we go. Yeah, this is actually turning out much better than I thought it would. I was kind of hoping this was the way it would go, honestly, but the fact that it does necessarily present itself that way. And also what I'm taking note of as far as if I think there was already some skewing in these lines here. I do know we do have Racer James put together a very nice tutorial on how to get to remove the it's a cutting process there, because as far as to get so if you have skewing in your texture there, to remove that, as far as how to get those done properly, that is on the Spline Design Studios. I think I got it on the Rock Nation YouTube as well, but it's definitely over at the Spline Design Studios YouTube. Yeah, I am skewing this as I move it, but as I move it, I should be able to correct that. If we are misskewing, you know, as far as warping the texture at all, it's very minimal. And this is just to initially get it in position here. If there's any additional fine tuning we need to do, I guess, as far as to get, you know, a more linear, as far as not to be so wavy, you know, as far as to jut in and out, we can deal with that as we start this process here. It's definitely a curved grandstand, so it's not straight, so we're not worried about the coordinates from one set of vertices to the next is definitely not going to line up 100%. Which LiDAR? What do you mean? This is the last one that I got. That I have, let me look at my stuff here. It's the one that James did. So that's, the full LiDAR, as far as that goes. Alright, let me go back to top. Now I'm just checking it for a second. Whoops, my bad. I think I had those vertices still selected, so go back to top down. Cool. Alright. So there we go. So now we're more in line with it being behind that outside wall. Much more than it was. Okay. Now we'll probably have to adjust from here as far as height-wise to the LiDAR, but that's at least to get it in the one direction. Let's see how we look so far. Now I know the sweets, you know, as far as the sweets that go over top, they're definitely going to be yeah, it's, I don't know what you had to rescale. Yeah, the big hoss is already in here like this, so if it's rescaled, I guess, from that. Everything's lining up here. It's got your blockers and all that stuff, or not blockers, but your building markers and all that jazz. So, and it's dated from, I think it was the 26th of December. So I figured that should have been the fact that when I found this scene here and it had all that stuff in here, I put the I wouldn't have had all these items in here. I guess that's what I was going back to that stream, I guess, as far as when I put all this stuff in here to actually see where we're at. And the fact that I had this cross for the ground plane, that's what I can remember what we did as far as to get that scaled properly. So that was my indicators that I had the right one. Okay. The one thing I haven't done, and it probably could do because of the fact that it's zeroed out in the sandbox there, I guess, as far as the positioning of this. So it doesn't do me any good to bring that object back into my scene here. At least I don't think it would. I'd have to try that out to see. But as far as your new model that you've redone, I guess, for the Lone Star Tower there. But that would also reiterate, I guess, as far as and justify as far as this being the proper information here. Oh, it was definitely not the first one. No. No. The first one, I got rid of that. Once I came across this one here, I compared it to the one that was back early December. It was like the second week of December. It was like, yep, I know that one's old. And the fact that it didn't have the big hoss in it at all, as far as that what I had done in a previous stream, it's like, yeah, that made sense. So lots of indicators that were in here, as far as the fact that I had all these objects in here to include the score tower and the big hoss. I had the cross on here. It was just like, yep, this has got to be it. And because I know we didn't do much rescaling wise, because you were already thick into tweaking the height stuff prior to last week's stream anyway. So I kind of used that as a guideline as far as, and that's another reason why you want to save all that information. You know, when you're in the build process, and put dates on it and whatever to give you some sense of where you were, what happened, and, you know, as far as all that stuff. So I've got all that information in your own folder here. So I had this one here. I went through all this stuff here. I had some other. This is the new scene. So the one that you sent to me, the information you sent me on the scene was this one. So I have this one to fall back on as well. If something goes nutty, I guess, in the one I'm currently in. But yeah, that's going back to the 26th. Anything that was previous to this, I got rid of it, because that was all garbage. As far as the scaling of the LiDAR and such, so. Oh, yeah. Yeah, trust me. I compared every scene that we did have saved prior to this, because this is the only other scene that I had. And I do remember you did send me one. I just couldn't remember exact date, but I knew it wasn't too far from where we're at now. So it's like, okay, it's got to be in between now, and then I just went through all these folders that you had previously sent, and it just kind of fell into place here, as far as there was no other max scenes that I had that. So I still have the last file for that I could bring into Cloud Compare. Yeah, I was trying to think of the word to be able to make the object, but now that it's all in here, we don't have to do that. That's what I've got hidden in this one, so we're all good to go there. I got a freaking hangnail on this thumb here, and it's driving me nuts. Give me a second here. Alright, that's a little bit better. That was driving me absolutely nuts. I hate when you get a hangnail right at the edge of the nail there, especially on the thumb. Especially when you're using the mouse, you can just always feel it. Okay. So, looking at the orientation of the club now, that's still on the same coordinate as... Now, granted, I don't have the sweets in here just yet. That'll be the next piece I think I'll adjust here. So I'll go ahead and hide this part of the grandstand, and then we'll bring the suites in, and we've got that height data as far as that location of that, so we should be able to line that up, and it should fall into place. In theory, at least, anyway, right? So yeah, just the definition in this thing here, even back from 2015 here, in these seating area of this grandstand's pretty nice. Alright, so let's hide this. unhide the suites for the stands. Now we can adjust these appropriately. May not need to, but we're going to find out here. So let's go to top down. I'm going to highlight the suites like so, and then zoom on that. There we go. Okay. Staying in the top-down view. Now, we got that highlighted. You can see the roof area here. So, let's see. So, you can see how much it's off there. You can see where the suites actually do land based on our ground plane that we have. So, I'm going to move it to that position because our ground plane should line up pretty closely to our LiDAR. That was the whole point of getting it scaled properly so that we can be able to navigate back and forth between the LiDAR, ground plane, and so on. So if we line up this with the top-down view, looking straight down, we'll be able to line up these suites with what we see here in the ground plane, and then we'll compare that to what's in the LiDAR and see where we're at. Okay, so we got that highlighted. I'm going to convert this also to an editable poly. Now we can go into the vertexes. Yeah, I'm going to keep it on my paint tool here. Yeah, the fact that it's on an angle is, because of being a curved thing, that's all I have to go on is that ground plane there, so. I'm just moving that into position of what we see on the ground plane. Now, there's a little bit of straightness here, so I might be able to straighten that out 100%. Yeah, so I'll be able to use the same coordinate in this case it would be the Y. So that's nice and straight all the way through there, so it's not all wavy and lumpy and stuff. Okay. Just initially here, I'm just going to move it like so. Yeah, I could have, and now that I think of that, I could have definitely just pulled that on the Y there. That should have been enough. Oh well. Now we're in a curved section here, so that's going to become less evident. Yeah, I'll straighten that out. You can definitely see there's some waviness there. I'll have to obviously fix that. You've learned to appreciate a straight line, yeah. Yeah, for things like this here, you definitely want to see something more linear. Yeah, you want to keep it linear. Like, to leave it like this would be ugly. That would be, OCD would get the better of us, most of us. That's definitely not straight. Okay. Now let's straighten this up here. We got a few segments here that definitely are in a straight line. Let's see. Question is, which one do we want to go by? Alright, so this one here on the Y. Let's copy this one here. Paste it to here. Straighten this all up nice and neat. Okay. There might be a little bit of an angle into it too, now that I think of it. It's not, it's probably straight, but it's straight on an angle, right? it's showing that straight. Okay, so we'll go with that. Alright, so that end's good. What about right here? Still gotta adjust this end. Too bad there. Cool. Let me check something here. So if I hide this really quick. Yep, so that ends right about where it needs to be. So the seating area definitely needs to be brought in some. Because it was hanging over there a little bit. Okay, so let's bring the suites back. Yep. So the seating area, let's bring that back here. Unhide. Main. Yeah, see that's overshooting here a little bit, so we're definitely going to need to adjust that. Okay. Alright, let's hide the suites here for now. I don't want to do this. I'm half tempted to just chunk off this very last segment here and reapply that end to it. So if I detach that, I can take this off and then just adjust this out. Let me check this other end here too. Let's hide the club. Okay, we got the seating area. Ah, crap. See, that's one thing that's kind of a flaw, I guess, with this ground plane that we have here. We don't have that information in there. I'm going to have to assume that is the correct position. I mean, based on how it lines up with the... these are two separate pieces. The fact that the way it lines up with that, that's pretty undeniable to me. So I think this end's going to be pretty good as far as that goes. I don't need to do anything. The only thing I need to adjust is down this end. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna chunk this up. Actually, what I'll do first before I do that, I want to maintain this end here. So I'm gonna detach all these polys on the end, and then I'll be able to apply that to our new end. Okay, let's do that. Polygon. Oh, let's get out of that. I don't want to move these polys, I just want to select them. So I've got some slivers in here. That's a platform, that's right there. Okay, cool. Let's detach all that. Let's do it as an object, that's fine. We're going to end up reattaching it. And then we want to affect the pivot, center it to it. There he is. How we doing there, Racer James? Alright, let's yeah, I'm gonna hide this here just for a second. That's gonna be in our list. So I'm gonna take these off here. We don't need those there. Based on what we can see there, that needs to come off there, and I'll probably just be able to adjust once I reattach that end to it. We'll be able to adjust it where it needs to go. Playing Red Dead Redemption? Well, you was. Oh, how's that one going? Is that on the PC? I assume. That's a pretty beefy install too. Someone had asked me, I guess, if I had that. It's just like I looked at the install of that. It's like over 100 gigs. Like, good lord. But the detail in that game, though, is it definitely goes to show, I guess, as far as why it's such a beefy install. You already beat it? As far as playing the story? You mostly just play with a trainer and destroy the world. Oh, okay. So you don't play the story then, is what you're saying? Okay, so we're gonna take this out. Alright, we're gonna chunk that out. Now we're going to unhide that object that we detached. Okay, and then we're going to slap that onto this over here. Now, this is where it might get a little tricky here. Let me see. And we've got several vertices. Oh yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. It'll be several vertices that we'll have to adjust there, but I think it'll be alright. It'll be okay. So let's do this. We're gonna go Vertex Snap this one here, and these should all be pinned together, so it shouldn't be individual vertices there. So let's do a Vertex Snap. Oh crap, they are. You son of a gun. Alright, we're gonna have to weld all these then. Spoke too soon. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll select all these verts. Let's do it this way. Select all the verts in this here. We're going to weld these suckers. Alright, just make sure we got it all. And then we're going to go down to, with it being in a weld, edible poly at least anyway, we'll be able to weld it. There we go. So now that should all be together. Now that sometimes happens too when you detach in the fashion that I did. Everything that's that you detach, as far as the vertices that are in it, is they're gonna detach. So you got to be careful as far as when you're selecting these verts to be able to move it like I'm attempting to do here. They're going to be all separated. So and that's a common function, I guess, with that detach in 3ds Max anyway. Okay, so we want to take this one. We'll do these semi one at a time. So we'll go back to Vertex Snap. Now I should be able to move that as a unit. Now what I should be able to do down here, once I get this into position here, I'll be able to take the coordinates for that and be able to put it down here. In theory, at least, anyway. So I'm just focusing on just these top ones here for now. It is stretching the texture only until I get that back into position, at least, anyway. Okay, take this one. What the heck? Okay. Oh, wait a minute. What happened with this one here? Oh, I see. That must be how much I had to move it, I guess. There we go. So that's should be where it needs to be. I think so. Yeah, so once I get all the rest of them into position there, it should be good to go. It looks a little wonky right now until I get all the rest of the verts where they need to be. Alright, so let's start with the top here. We'll take this off. This is going to be tricky because it's on an angle. So I'll have to take... Damn. Okay, hold on a second. I might have flubbed here. Just give me a second here. So why? Let me see something here. So if I go like this, okay. Yeah, so we also need to bring it in on the X too. Okay. But I don't want it to go back up there. I guess if I don't adjust the Z, I only need the X and the Y, not the Z. Otherwise, it'll put it right at the same spot there. We don't want that. So let's go with the X on this one. Yeah, I think we should be okay. Yeah, it should be alright. Cool. Excellent. Let's go down here and do the same thing. So we need the same coordinate. Oops. That's the X. And the Y. Okay, we're getting there. Slowly but surely. Alright, so same with this one here. So these are all kind of in a line here. I'm going to take this X. This one I'm doing them one at a time. Because it is on an angle too, so that's what I'm taking into consideration, doing one at a time. Y. Whoa, I guess that did move quite a bit. That was quite a bit. I had that a little bit further away than I thought I did. Okay. Fair enough. Alright, so let's get this one X and Y. And now we need the Y. Yeah, and then this one. Now I could easily just snap this one here. Yeah, I think so. Let's do that. I'll go back to Vertex Snaps and just snap that one down there. Now, let's see what did we miss here. Okay, we got this one right here. Okay, let's see what I did there. I should be able to use the same X and Y as this one here. Yeah, so we'll copy, turn this off. See how that turns out. Nope. Okay, that's not. That's what I thought. So let's go with this one here. Okay, that's already there. Cool. What about the Y? Okay. So one of these is off, obviously. Or does that have a bow? Does that jut out like that? I thought it went straight across. Maybe it does come out. Yeah, it does. I'll be damned. Okay. So based on what I detached that from, so that is straight down. In fact, I just looked at the straight down. Zoom. What the heck you doing? Top down. Dang it. Stop doing that. There we go. So yeah. So that piece there. So we could probably straighten this out overall. So I'll do that after. I'm gonna go ahead and recollapse this end onto that. That's gonna be our new end piece, and then we'll straighten that out. We'll clean that up. Okay, so we need to take now the order of operation. The order here is as far as if we want to maintain the name of our main piece here, we want to select that one first, and then the piece that we want to reattach, which is that. Oops, I'm going to deselect that vertex there. There we go. Might get some adversary effects there, because as far as make sure everything's deselected, so make sure it's this way. There we go. So with those two selected, I selected the main piece first so I can maintain the name of that piece. That's just a little bit of review, because as far as collapsing procedures. Let's go ahead, go to our hammer, go to collapse, collapse selected. Now to maintain that name, and those pieces are back together. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and do, anytime you do that, it's always a good idea as far as like when you manipulate the piece like that, make sure, because it's going to change the orientation, I guess, of that as far as your pivot, as far as where the center of it is. So once I do that, I'm going to do effect pivot, recenter that, like so, and it did shift a little bit. And then I'm also going to do a reset X form. I've gotten into the habit of doing the reset X form anytime you manipulate the model, because it's going to throw that X form out of shape. That's kind of like a virtual bounding box. It's not really collision or anything, but it's just the orientation of it. It'll shift that. So in an effort, I guess, to put it into position once you get it in the sandbox, say for example, it might throw that off if you don't redo that X form. So I've just gotten in the habit. A lot of times, in a lot of cases, you don't even really need to do it. It's just a good habit to get into. It doesn't hurt to not do it. It doesn't hurt to do it, as opposed to not. Alright, so I applied that. Now we can see what it looks like here. And what we're not wanting to see is it out of shape. So like if these are wonked out of shape and like on an angle or skewed, that's what we didn't want. So in this case, it ended up actually not being too bad. It didn't wonk it out of shape there, because as far as that goes. So, but again, like I said, it doesn't hurt to do that if you manipulate the model. Good habit to get into. All right, so let's do collapse the hull. Now that we know that that's good to go. What are you doing? Oh, this is not good. Come on. Don't do this to me. What the heck? I'm gonna give it a second here. I don't know why it's doing that. There's not that many polys in there. That's kind of weird. Don't know what the deal is with that. That freaks me out when it does that kind of crap. And I let it go through its business there just to make sure. That normally doesn't take that long for it to do that, so that's kind of strange. Anywho, now we're back to this point. Now I do not have it on auto save here, so I can, at any point here, I can go ahead. In fact, I'm just going to do that. Talk myself into it. I took it off the auto save only because of all that data that I have in here, so if it tends to lag the stream or whatever, that's going to be why. So I'm going to save it on this one, save here. Yes. So give that a second to save. Now, even though the LiDAR information, the cloud point data is not in the scene, you can't, it's not visible, it's just hidden in the scene, so it's going to take a little bit for it to save the scene. It is the better part of a 500 megabyte scene with all that cloud point data, so to include everything else that's in the scene as well, as far as our models and such. So alright, now that's saved. So if something goes wrong here, we'll be able to continue at least from this point. Now, with that attached, we redid the X form and all that good stuff. We can be able to go back to top down. I'm going to actually do this just to make sure we're going to pinpoint on this spot. Let's go to top down, and then now we know we can see how much we need to adjust it over. So because that was a little bit more of a sliver there, I didn't want to adjust that one, and I don't know, it was just the sizing of that piece there, just made sense to take that off and then just adjust this section now, as opposed to leave that little sliver, because I would have had to suck that in too far and have been too close to this one that's already here. So yeah, it just made more sense to do it that way. So we'll select all these verts, slide this down and line it up to our, and I'm going to straighten that up like I was saying here now. Now with that all, yeah, we'll be able to clean up this little jaunt that it has here. Okay. Interesting. Now the fact that this is on an angle, let's go back to top down. Dang it. Let's zoom on down now. I'm going to see how I can straighten this up. Got an idea. Let's try this way. So grab this section here. I didn't really want to do it that way. It's not that much of an adjustment, but I don't feel it's too bad. Do it this way. There we go. I think that worked. Let's see here. Dang it. Hate when I do that. Let's see how it looks here. Yeah, so it's got kind of a bend in here. What I was going for is to see if I could get it to be straight across there, but I guess it does have a little bit of a pushed in here. It's not terrible. I'm not 100% disappointed with it, that's for sure. Okay. Let's see how we are. I'm going to bring in the LiDAR here now and see where we're at with that. Let's deselect that. Hello? Get out of there. Thank you. And unhide this. See where we're at with that. Okay. So now we can see where the height data is for that. So the top of the seats, if I'm looking at this right, we need to bring that down quite a bit. Because here's the top of the, So is our, wait a minute, is our ground plane not? The heck? Why has this got all this over here? Alright, let me go back to top down here in just a second. For crying out loud. When you do that. If you don't have a vertex or something selected in there and it just zooms out of nowhere. There we go. Alright, let's see what we got here. I need to take another look at our ground plane in comparison to our LiDAR. So according to this there, I didn't need to take that out. What the heck? Alright, let's do hide. Now, according to this, I did. Okay. Well, that's confusing. Well, what I'm paying attention right now is the fact that I cut that piece out here. Now, based on the ground plane, and in comparison to the LiDAR, that's still got that there. So, what the heck? I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, the walls to me don't seem that they're that far off. So the walls are right here, as far as the LiDAR is concerned. So that's, there ain't nothing out of whack there. You can see the walls coming through that fencing through the. It's right at the edge of the. So no, I don't think that's a problem. That is peculiar. So this must be one area that we've got in the LiDAR that didn't line up 100% with our ground plane, amongst the other areas anyway. Let's see. Yeah, so all these other buildings line up. This one here, we know we already discussed that. I guess they changed this one, I guess, from one point or another. So, but all the rest of these do line up. So, how are we doing there, Lady Death? Sneaking on in here, I see you. So now the question becomes, did I need to take that out or not? That's a bummer. Yeah, because in the LiDAR it's definitely showing there, but in the ground plane it is not. So, I'm assuming we're going to need to go by the LiDAR in this case. Which is not a terrible thing, because we can definitely take even what we've got here and just move it out to that position. I think that should be fine. That's weird though, as far as how that shows up in the ground plane. Not in the ground plane, but in the LiDAR. You can clearly see that there. Let's bring back our suites. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, that definitely needs to come out. Okay. Let's hide those back. Oh, this thing is chugging so bad. With all that that cloud point data is taking up so much resources there. Yeah, the LiDAR sim was... Yeah, that's the one I got in here, yes. We're all good on that. That's not the issue. What the issue is our ground plane image doesn't have this information as the LiDAR does, is what I'm seeing. That's an issue. Let's see. So yeah, you can clearly see that's there, but if I turn the LiDAR off, it's not there. The end of the grandstand is right where I put it. So I don't know if that's something they changed from this image that we've got or what. So I'm going to go by the LiDAR in this case. Definitely going to go by the LiDAR in comparison to just the ground plane. Okay, so... Yeah, I'm not worried about the LiDAR. I know the LiDAR is correct. We've got that where it needs to be. It's just a matter of getting the models that we have here into position. Okay, so let's do an unhide. Man, this is going to stink because I'm going to have to keep that LiDAR visible in order to adjust these main grand here. I was hoping... Okay. I was hoping not to have to do that, but don't have a choice here, it doesn't look like. We're going to need to adjust this piece here to the end of that. So that was really, in reality there, that's where I took out what I didn't need to. That's what it comes down to. So... I already saved the scene too, son of a biscuit. Alright, no problem. We can fix this. I am just going to try and take... Let's see what happens here. I got a feeling that's going to... let's see here. I'm super upset about that right now. Move this. Yeah, that's what I thought. Son of a gun. Yeah, I'm not like how that's gonna turn out. So, dadgummit anyway. I don't want to go back that far. I screwed up bad. I shouldn't have saved that. That was a fumble on my part. I just expected, I guess, the LiDAR. So I guess I should have checked the LiDAR. I would have never expected that to be not the same data, I guess, on the ground plane. Son of a biscuit. Let's see. How can I do this? I'm super mad at myself for doing that now. It's not going to have enough data back there to go all the way back that far just to get back to the original shape. Son of a beach anyway. I got one idea. Let me try this. Man, that upsets me. I don't understand why that ground plane data doesn't have that information as the LiDAR does here. In that same position. That's just odd to me. Everything else lines up where it needs to be. That's just weird. Especially this club here. All that data lines up pretty much perfectly. Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's turn the LiDAR off here. We're gonna try and that's just super irritating to me right now. But we're gonna get this. Let's go like this. We're gonna go like this. I'm going to detach this. Work a little magic here. So we got that detached. Effect the pivot. Center that. Clone this. As a copy. Move it out this way, and then that's how we're going to make our new piece. We'll adjust it from there. Yep. I think that'll work. Okay, now the only downside is we'll have to take this off. We already got it on this piece, so I'll be able to take those polys out of that. Let's hide this for a second. Yeah, I think this will be alright. A little bit of backtracking, but it's doable. I gotta get it off of that so it doesn't really matter. It's all I'm gonna do is delete all these anyway. Okay, so take those off so we don't need those. And I think that's okay. Alrighty then. So now what we should do is bring back that piece I just cloned, which is object 2. Cool. And then what I'll do is I'll snap those verts to that, and then we'll size it up to where it needs to be. It's one way to get it back back in here. Okay, so let's do vertex. Nope, wrong piece. Wrong piece. We're gonna be on this piece. So yeah, the other thing I want to do. So yeah, in fact, let's go to this. We're gonna weld all these together. Select all those. Wait a minute. Is that not an editable poly? Nope, it's an editable mesh. So let's convert that to an editable poly. And I'll select all the verts. That's one of the many additional features you get with having as an editable poly as opposed to an editable mesh. Is the option to be able to weld the verts together. It's just to make sure they stay right there. So as I snap these over, it's not going to be like all the broken up individual vertices. So, alright, so now we want to select this. Vertex Snap. Snap that back to there. Snap that back to there. So we're stitching back what we broke. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go by the LiDAR as opposed to the ground plane, missing that information there. So now that's all snap. Snap to back, snap to back. There we go. Now what we can do, re-weld that back together. Take that off. Okay, so we are going to select this, then that, and this. Those all back together. Okay, and then go back to collapse. Collapse selected. Now I'm going to recenter. Shouldn't move at all, but I just want to make sure. Effect pivot, recenter. Yeah, because it's longer now, so that's why it shifted more that way, because I added that piece to it. So it ended up being longer than it was originally, so that's why it shifted. Gives you some indication as far as how much it's, you know, if it, depending on which way it shifted there, the fact that it's longer, that makes sense. I'm going to adjust it once we get, you know, as we move along here, but alright, so that's that way. I also want to do the X form. I mean, at this point, I'll wait until after I adjust the X form, because I'm going to have to move it. I already know I need to modify it a little bit more here, so Okay, now that we've got that, we need to bring back the cloud point data. Now we can line that up too. Yeah, it's just going to be a little sliver, so it'll end up sucking into right there. Well, it won't be stepping on this one here, so it'll just be a little sliver that we're basically tacking on here. Okay. So, just fixing what we broke. That's all it is. Convert to enable poly. Grab all these verts. Sure, get them all. And just bring her in like so. Okay. That wasn't too painful, I guess. Could have been a lot worse. Okay. I'm happy with that. Cool. Now we got that back in position here. Now I think also, based on the LiDAR here, now we could get really critical, I guess, as far as this goes, and get this to really conform 100%, I guess, with what we got here, because we got a little bit of a drop off here, for example. I don't know if that's going to be necessary. I don't even know how far this the seating area needs to go down. That was everything I was looking at before I noticed that being a problem. But yeah, we should have the stands are underneath the I don't know how far back that goes. I don't know if this needs to go all the way back to this point. So these are the towers. I don't know if this backside of this grandstand needs to go to this point here, as far as the backside of the suites. Yeah, we'll have to determine that a little bit more. Okay, so let's turn back off the LiDAR. Wow, this thing is chuggy. There we go. And I'm doing something I'm not gonna want to do. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. Actually, I wanted to hide this. Yeah, hide that and bring back the snap. What I wanted to do. Unhide this. I wanted to see. I think this here is the seating area. This is the edge of this, so that's that there. So that seating in our model needs to go quite a bit down from where we have it, at least anyway. Because here's the tier. The lower tier would be right here. This is that upper tier that splits it. There's that platform that would be right here. So yeah, that's got to come down quite a bit in our model. Okay, let's bring it back. Yeah, so see how high we are? We got to bring that way down. What the mackerel? Okay. Let's see here. Deuce coming on in. Welcome on everybody from Deuce's stream. Everybody's doing fantastic over from Deuce's stream. It's a stadium. It is. It's a racetrack in actuality, yes. Welcome on in, everybody coming. Oh yeah, how's the outhouse doing? Thank you for bringing everybody over from your stream there. Deuce, that's fantastic. Deuce was doing some farm sim. He was on the farm sim network there. I was catching a little bit of his stream, I guess, prior to getting stream going up over here. Did you get all the lettuce done there, Deuce? For anybody that hasn't checked out Deuce, definitely make sure you go over there and give him a look-see. He plays. We did some Wreckfest late last night. And that was pretty fun, I have to admit. Let's see. Is that gonna work? Yep, there it goes. Cool, that did work. Glad I got that set up tight. Yeah, so you did get the lettuce done. So how much did it end up being? I didn't get to check. I didn't get to see it. I had to get things rolling up over on the channel here. So did it end up being closer to the 2 million heads of lettuce over there? 1.93. Holy mackerel! Too bad. I'm sorry I missed that. I did have you lurk, but yeah. You were already pretty well, from what you had, I guess, from when I last checked in there, you had mentioned it's definitely going to be over the 1.6, but I was definitely sticking to my 2 million. For as much as you had to do yet, and I saw that's like, oh yeah, that's going to be a lot of lettuce. But like you were saying, it's like, I'll probably never do it again. I'm just sorry I missed that, but at least you got it done. That was the goal, at least anyway. So, but yeah, as Torch just mentioned there, this is the Texas Motor Speedway, and we have real-world information in here. All this green area that you see here, that is the real-world information based on what we consider to be LiDAR or cloud point data. So we're building our track based on that information. To be able to put it into our simulation of choice, which happens to be NASCAR Racing 2003 season, primarily. But the fact that it will have a lot of flexibility and to be able to put it into other types of racing sims as well, with the way we're going about the build anyway. So just to give anybody some clarification on what we got going on here, we do have this in the. We've been able to test it in the sim. So the track surface or whatever is definitely drivable at this point. Not what you're seeing here, but as far as to get it in the sandbox anyway. Yeah, we were comparing notes. This was an older build that we did of the track. This was back from 2015. We got new data because the track has been reconfigured and slightly, I guess, as far as from this point. So that's why Torch is taking initiative with the LiDAR information that we have. To this point, as well as what we did, there was definitely some changes that needed to be made, and we're finding that pretty clearly, I guess, as far as based on the models that we created back in 2015. So that's what we're in the process of doing, using the LiDAR information that we have now to be able to conform our models to that. And in most cases, it's very minimal adjustment that we've had to make, but it definitely does require a little bit, quite a bit of it. Some adjustment anyway. Some adjustment required, I guess. So that's what we're in the process of doing. So let me go ahead. This is our older build. I'm going to open up our current build. I should say Torch's current build here. Let's go to geometry. Yep, and let's close this out. Didn't do anything to that. And let's go to current build, third party, and go all the way down here. I want to make sure I didn't mute the mic, right? Cool. I kept doing that quite a bit, I guess, last week, as far as having to select some of the things there, and that was bad. Alright, so this is going to be the current build, just to give everybody, so it's a one-to-one comparison for the most part, from in this view, which is our tool that we use, our application that we use to put it in our simulation in our 2003. And so this is the track that you can drive on. It has been tested, I guess, to get rid of some of the lumps and bumps that do present themselves when you're doing these scratch track builds in this fashion. So this is a little bit of a taste of what the surface looks like. So Torch has got some start of the walls in here. It's going to be a long process as far as to get the rest of the walls applied properly in here, because it does have what that's considered to be safer, and safer happens to be steel and foam energy reduction, which means it adds foam and steel to the concrete, which takes away from some of the racing surface. So that's going to be a next big step to be able to apply it to the track. So in the combination of just building the track, I guess, to the bank, you kind of get a sense of the banking on this thing. We're on the apron. So this is the apron. You got all that banking. And this is all based on that LiDAR, that point cloud information that we have in here. This pink, or the magenta color that you see on this part here, that represents that same height data that we see, whoops, right here. So this has been applied to our sandbox to be able to apply that height data to our sandbox here that we put into the game. In this case, Enter 2003, like I said. So this is how we're able to use the real-world information to put it in a otherwise pretty old sim, for the lack of a better way to put it. And if we did want to put this into another simulation, we can do that too. Now, with all that being said, there's no way we can use this cloud point data as far as the LiDAR, the real world information, directly into any game at this point, because even the stoutest of systems, we wouldn't be able to render this in its entirety, especially with all the textures and whatever applied. So we have to dummy things down a little bit, I guess, to be able to use the height data as far as the scaling of things and such like that, I guess, to get it to where it needs to be. So hopefully that gives a little bit of clarification on what we got going on here. Definitely feel free to ask us as far as we work through the process here. What I have come to the conclusion prior to that raid was the fact that we do have some height that we need to adjust on our model, and this is based on the 2015 build, as I mentioned. So the fact that we didn't have that any way, I guess, to know that information back in 2015 as we do now, we can now apply that. So that's what we're in the process of doing. Okay, so I'm just looking at how I want to do this as far as getting right back into what we were doing here. So what you can see here, I've only got one section here of these grandstands based on that 2015 build. So I did come to the conclusion here at this point. Let me hide this model just to give you some idea as far as you can see how that one is. If we hide this, now we can see this angle that we see here as far as where the seating is. So our model needs to be lowered to meet up and clip into this point cloud data. So yeah, so just some more clarity, I guess, as far as on this here represents the racing surface. All these little spikes that we see in here are basically the fencing. So either in representation of the outside wall and or the fencing for the track. So the fact that we see that, you're going to see a little bit of anomaly in here based on, the way the fence goes over the track, say for example. So the fact that we take the widest point here as far as laying the track out there to see where that wall wouldn't necessarily land. So the way this point cloud data gets, the scan gets done is it's from the air, hence the reason the laser beam that goes from the ground and back up to the plane as it flies over the area that's being scanned to get this data. That's why you see these little spiky bits. So that's just to give some additional clarity, I guess, as far as what we're looking at here. So these height datas, these points, these high points or whatever on these buildings are definitely definitive of structures that we see at the track. So you can see some of these buildings in the infield as far as the garage and the pit area. We can use that data, I guess, as far as to apply to models that we create for the track library around the track, to include such things as the video screen, what they call the big hoss at the Texas Motor Speedway. We can use that. We've also got the hotel that's outside of turn 2. That's been applied here. Torch has got that adjusted already. I kind of showed a glimpse of it in our track here, which is way over there. So this model's not entirely done yet. It's still a work in progress as far as to get the proper amount of shading and stuff applied to it. But as far as to get it to size and get an initial texture onto it, that's pretty much done. So you can see on our ground plane that we have for our track, it's right where it needs to be as far as in reality. To include at this point now with that LiDAR data, it's to the proper height and dimension as well. Lady Death she's giving the slots. Yeah, for anybody else that is new to the channel, you feel free to check. You're earning yourself units of fluids as the stream is live. You can always check your units of fluids. They're totally separate from the channel points that you earn on through Twitch. And I do use those units of fluids that you earn while the stream is live for possible entry into special events on the channel, be it the form of giveaways and things like that. So there's an advantage, I guess, earning yourself those units of fluids here on the channel, and that's to show my appreciation for you sticking around, I guess, as far as and supporting the channel, I guess, to whatever capacity that you can. That's what keeps me keeps my ambition, and as well as to continue to provide the content that I am here as far as the creative things, as well as a little bit of gameplay too. I also stream Wreckfest on Wednesdays for Wreckfest Wednesdays, as well as some Farming Friday, some Farming Simulator 19 on Farming Friday. So if you're liking what you see and you want to see more of, then make sure you're hitting the follow button so you can earn yourself those units of fluids and continue to support the channel. I appreciate it if you do. So I'm just looking at, as I pan around here, all this here that we're seeing here as far as this inside wall is it's all a 3D model. This is the approach that Torch has taken, I guess, as far as to eliminate any potential, how do I want to put this, as far as you want to keep the segments of the track, as far as the narrowness or the smallness of them, to a minimum. So like these segments here, you don't want to go too small on these. So in an effort, I guess, to keep the segments from getting too small, as far as to be able to accommodate all these different openings that we have in our inside walls and such, Torch has taken the initiative, I guess, to put those in here as a 3D model with those openings, as opposed to splitting the segments up and just to get those openings into the wall. So that's something we want to definitely keep it to a minimum on the short segments, as far as like making these segments too small, and that's a pretty good way to do it, I guess. Lady, already I've got to get ready to go. See y'all. All right, thank you for stopping by there, Lady Death. Hope you did you earn anything? I gotta look and see here. She did scold the bot and got a little bit there. Kind of missed it there a little bit on the slots. She had a little bit of she gained a little bit. I think she probably netted positively. Looks like. Appreciate you stopping by there, Lady Death, for that little bit of narration there. Always a pleasure. So yeah, this is where we're at with the track build so far, just to kind of show that off. So we're in the process of trying to get a model created so we can get it into our track in the sandbox here. We'd like to get our fingers dirty in the sandbox. So once we get it into the sandbox, we'll be able to save all of our progress, I guess, in our sandbox, and then be able to test it out in the sim. Okay, so getting right back in. So what I'm in here currently is our modeling program. 3ds Max, which is a 2014 version, and then we build pretty much what we want to put into our sandbox. From here, we'll be able to export that out from here, and then get it made into a model to put in our sandbox. So there's kind of a little bit of a process there, I guess, to be able to do it, but it's kind of an old school type of racing simulation, so it's worth the effort. There's plenty of enjoyment still in the simulation, even being as old as it is. Okay. But yeah, for anybody that does like what they see and has any questions on it, do feel free to ask. No question is a dumb question around here. We tried to leave it open-ended. Okay, leave the door open, I guess, for any potential questions that want to be asked. Okay. Now, so with all that said, what I came to the conclusion of, as far as how much we need to adjust our model here, we can see that edge here for where the seats are, the edge of the seats for that lower section here. These are suites as far as the VIP suites, which is a separate model. Bring that in here real quick. I think those are pretty much where they need to go for the most part. But let's see here. We got... There's the suites, so those might have to come down as well. So that might have to come all down as a unit. Possibly. Yeah, so it might be pretty uniform as far as to bring that all down as a unit. So I might group that up and actually bring it down as a unit. But even with that done, how's that going to affect? So our club is where it needs to be. We already showed that. Let me bring that back real quick. That's a separate piece. Yeah, so we can leave that where it is and bring the rest of the grandstand down as a unit in one fell swoop there. So let's do that. So we're going to select these in our items list here. We got our suites. Whoops, I don't have everything out here. Hold on. Let me get everything out here first. So I got this piece and this piece. Okay. And with all that selected, now I can go main, suites, whoops, and the towers. I'm going to leave the club out of it. That's going to be a separate piece. I don't want to move that. That one's already pretty much where it needs to be. So I'm going to group this all up. Like so. And then repivot this. Like that. Just make sure that's all set. Now we'll be able to move this down as a unit based on to that level of the LiDAR. So let's bring this down as a piece here. Now there might be section of this here that might be up higher or lower than I guess the rest of it too. So that's something else I want to keep in mind here. So it's already clipping through on this part. So it might be just a matter of bringing this part of the grandstand down. So it might go up kind of on a somewhat of a slope. So it's lower down here and it gets higher, I guess, towards this area. So you can already see the real world information, the cloud point data, I guess, is already clipping through as I move that down. So, yep. So it's going to be a matter of I'm almost thinking what I'll do is just bring that part down. So I already got that clipping through slightly here. So some of this is going to have to get brought down. That's what it looks like. Let's go ahead and hide that. Yeah, so some of this is going to have to come down on that grandstand object. Okay. This is what we're doing. Alright, so we need to do. Now, I'm not going to manipulate it with it being still in a group. Now that I've got a rough idea of where it's landing, I can ungroup it again and just bring that down a little bit at a time so that we can get it to conform to the LiDAR at this point. We got this piece here is in several sections, so that'll make it a little bit easier, at least anyway. Alright, so let's ungroup this. Don't need grouped, and then that should all have those individual pieces again. Now I'm going to take these and hide those and just keep this the main grand. We're going to adjust these independently. Hide those. So yeah, we'll adjust this piece first, and then we'll bring the other pieces and just adjust them individually, at least anyway. Alright, so let's do it this way. We got this still in an editable poly. Yeah. Okay. Let's take a good chunk of these vertices here. And this is what's going to make it tough, because I can't see under the LiDAR itself to make sure that I got the vertices selected that I want. So I'm totally relying on the fact that I'm painting these like so, and then I'm going to drop these down until we can see that clipping through like so. Somewhere about right there. Okay. Not sure how this is gonna turn out. I think I'll get what I feel I can, and then once we hide the LiDAR again, we'll be able to see exactly what we missed as far as the vertex selections. But you can kind of get an idea of what I'm trying to do here. No problem, Deuce. I totally understand that. In fact, you probably did a better part of a 6-hour stream there as far as to get all that lettuce done. So it's totally understandable. Totally get you. I get the same way after I've streamed for a while. I don't run the I don't run a habit, I guess, as far as eating, getting some grub in me. I guess this is prior to streaming, and it's like, yeah, it's rough. Yeah, I appreciate you dropping everybody by here, Deuce, and you got your lettuce done, and you enjoy your grub, or enjoy your dinner. Very much appreciated that you brought everybody over here. Okay. Scolded the bot and got nothing. You got 0 units of fluid. Oh, yikes. Bot's not being very nice to you, Racer James there. Not very nice at all. Hopefully the bot will come around though. Okay, did I get it all? No, crap. Alright, let's see. Is that moving that? Yeah, it's good. So all we're doing at this point here is just getting the LiDAR to... Oh shoot, did I miss? I did miss something here. I can see that. Let me bring that back. There's a vertice that I missed up here, it looks like. Hold on. Yep. Right up there. So that didn't get pulled down. There we go. Bring that down as a unit. Yep, so we can see that LiDAR clipping through there like that. That's where the seats are. Okay. Continue to adjust it that way. Yeah, this is definitely the information we didn't have when this was built back in 15. So the fact that we have this now, we can much more definitively, I guess, put it to the proper height that it needs to be. It was a total guesstimation, just based on, common building practices and such like that, I guess, to get it where we did it back in 2015. So this is a quantum leap, I guess, as far as having this. It's valuable information. Okay. Do we have another? Ooh, this the next segment's over here. Okay, let's see how this works out. Hopefully we don't find it necessary to have to cut into this. We'll have to see. Alright, that's already clipping through there, so I'm going to bring this up a little bit. We need a spot right here, it looks like. Guess we'll have to bring this back up a little bit. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. Might have to split the difference on that one there, so the fact that we do have the LiDAR clipping through here, but as I adjust this, I'd have to bring it up probably like so. Yeah, I guess I could do that. So these grandstands here definitely probably have like an elevation to it, I guess, as far as it's not all one solid level, as far as at the same height, because of the yeah, contour of the topography. Okay. Almost feel like I'm adjusting, you know, the track thing. So you go through the same process as far as to create the template for the actual track surface too. Much the same thing. Much the same indeed. I'm actually pretty anxious to be able to get a model of this, if we can get to that point, at least anyway, to get it constructed so we can actually get it in the track and see how it looks in the sim itself. That's the idea, at least anyway. Even if I do only get the seating area, for example, and not necessarily the entire thing. I feel like there's a little bit of a... Okay, hold on here. I'm going to skip over this one here, because this one's... Which one are we on here? This one here. I'm going to skip over that one. Thank you very much. There we go. Okay. That's much better. Yeah, so we got two smaller parts here, and I think I might have... Yeah, I can see there's a little bit more of a drop off here from one to the next. Okay, so I'm not entirely done here. Not entirely done, okay. Let's get this all right here. Let's see, is that... Nope, we're way over here, okay. Gotcha, so we're way over here. Now what I'm doing is I'm just kind of fishing for those vertices that are along that line there. I want to keep that LiDAR information in there so I don't have to keep flicking back and forth. Hide it and unhide it and all that good stuff. I want to keep this. I'm just kind of fishing for these vertices that are in the model for our grandstand. Okay. Now, I would have to imagine a little bit. See how this is looking so far. This part here is bugging me a little bit. I think it's got a little bit of a drop off on this part here. Let me grab these two. Okay, hold on. Let me grab these points right here. Trying to see how... It's got a really narrow section right there. But I feel like this drops off quite dramatically. It's kind of hard to tell, but right between here it feels like it drops down on this diagonal quite a bit. That's not straight across, I guess this anyway. Let's see. Trying to think of a plan of attack here. What's the level of this one? 13.92. Nope, that's at the same. That's interesting. Definitely doesn't look like it is. The heck vertex is that? It's definitely not selecting the one that I want. What the heck is that selecting there? That's 11.7 there. I guess that makes sense, and this would be higher, yeah. Okay, so 11.7, 11.7. Yeah, that's all flat. Okay, it's probably just my eyes that are deceiving me. So it's flat there as far as level. What are you saying? It just looks like it drops off a little bit more than it should. Could also be the texture too. All right, so. Doesn't look too bad right here, actually. As far as how much it's clipping through there. It's going to be real tough, I guess, to get all that ladder information in there as far as 100% straight across. But the fact that that's a pretty reasonable, that's a tolerable as far as how much clipping we got of that ladder information, I guess, through our model. It's not too much and not too little. Definitely a big difference on this end, though. You can really see how that adjusts here. Holy crap, yeah. So as I look at that, this looks like it's a high spot and it goes down. Huh. Really interesting. Let's check this area here again. You can already see some of the green coming through there. Yeah, you can see it levels out here, goes up, comes down. I don't know if that's how the grandstands are in reality, but that's the way it's presenting itself in this LiDAR information, at least anyway. Okay, so that end looks good. Let's check this on now. I think this might need to come down. Here, let's grab this section here to see where we're at. Yeah, that might have to come down just a little bit. I'm going to go by this point here for starters. So that's got to come down to about there. Yeah, so somewhere right about there. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just going up. There's different segments of this this model that are in here, so I'm just grabbing and fishing out all these vertices or whatever to be able to pull that segment down, so you can get it to clip through the LiDAR. Now we'll probably have to adjust. Probably a little bit more, I guess, on that bottom side there. We'll get that. Yeah, once we get this part done. Because this one here would represent like the outside wall and or the fencing. So that's still clipping in there a little bit. Yeah. Okay. It's probably going to be a lot of massaging of this model to get it where it needs to be. So it's not going to be just like one initial adjustment here and that's going to be it. This is a pretty prominent structure, I guess, on the you know, as far as the track itself. So we definitely want to make sure that this is it's a sound model, I guess, as far as to be where it needs to be, because you're gonna, whoa, crap, you're gonna definitely notice if there's any huge discrepancies in it anyway. Definitely does seem to slope higher on one end to the other, though, that's for sure. That's definitely evident. I'm gonna get the very end of this here too. Yeah, let's get the end of this. We didn't start there, we started over here, so let's grab all these. Yeah, so we have to look at it from here. Okay. Look at it from this point. As far as to look at what? I don't even remember what the heck I was talking about. Is there even a vertice up there? Should be. Let's see here. Seems like it's only... Okay, there we go. So there's the stands. Right there. Okay, cool. Whoa, crap. Don't be doing that. Gotta really be careful, I guess, as far as with... Yeah, let's get all that. Oh, okay, so the... Whoa, that's where the end of the stands are? What the heck? Whoa, that's interesting. Yeah, so there's that tower. Is that stop shorter than we actually have it here? I don't want to run into the same issue that I did on the other end, that's for sure. But from what the LiDAR is suggesting here, the end of it's right here. But the tower actually goes beyond it? As far as this this part of the... That's weird. I'll have to look at some picture references for that. I didn't realize that was so far shorter, I guess, than as far as the seating area, at least anyway. So the seating area must only go pretty much under this section of that building, and all this is kind of hanging off the end. Yeah, we'll definitely have to look at that. Well, that's definitely what the LiDAR is suggesting. Okay. Alright, so I guess we got this part. That's not too bad there. Let's take out the LiDAR here and just see what we got here. Man, there's some huge elevation change here, I guess, on this end of the track, that's for sure. It's based on that. I don't feel this is even here for some reason. And that could be just the texture, the way that's... Yeah, could be that's what's throwing me off, as far as this should be... This blue line should be along that edge there. Yeah, trick of the eye there. As far as an initial conform there, I think that's not too bad. We'll definitely probably have to keep massaging this to kind of tweak it out, just to kind of get it exactly the way it needs to be, so it's not... Because right now, the way I look at it here, it's pretty wavy. It's not like smooth all the way across like we would expect a grandstand to be, especially a static structure. So we might have to go through it and just kind of smooth it out there, just to kind of not really fudge the LiDAR, I guess, but just to smooth it out. Yeah, but initially here, this is not too bad. So let's check out the suites here again. let's hide this model here for now. And bring in the suites. Okay, now we'll adjust these down. Now we already brought the entire model down, and let's see here. I think I might adjust this one independently from the stands themselves. Yeah, because we already got that. The seats themselves are conformed to that portion of the LiDAR, so we'll adjust the stands here since we do got this separate piece here separately. Yeah. So it looks like we're gonna have to scab on a piece here or make that longer. Let's go into this model. We might be able to just stretch that out. That shouldn't be too bad. To bring it to this end here. Yeah, let's try to do that. Let's do Vertex. We're gonna grab all this. Just make sure I got all that. Ooh, this is gonna be fun. So we're gonna grab it this way. Sure I am. Oh, I didn't get that bus. Yeah, I didn't think I did. So I don't have this one selected down here. Where are you at? It's kind of hiding down here. Did I get it? There we go. So it kind of does overhang, I guess, too. I guess the actual stands this a little bit. The seating area, at least, anyway. So yeah, there we go. Something like that. Now, as far as the height of it, I'm going to move the whole thing down, and then we can always adjust these stilts here, I guess, as far as the supports or whatever for it. So I'll move the entire thing down to get it to that proper height that way, and then go from there. Yeah, this should be pretty uniformly. It's got to come down. Okay. I don't think... We'll find out, I guess, once we move this down here to see if it's going to be lower down here and higher up there. So far, from what I can see here, it's going to be probably the same height. So as we look through this here... Whoop. Dadgummit. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty much the same height. So we'll move it down on the Z-axis here just to see how much it clips down and see if we need to adjust individual segments here. Okay. We'll focus on this end here and see. Right about like that. Yeah, it looks pretty uniform actually. As far as you can see all the AC units and whatever that are on the roof of the suites there. That's actually pretty decent there. Yep. So that's one click down. Yep, so right about there is where we want to be probably. Cool. So now from here, we can adjust these little supports if we want to. You could probably just leave them where they're at. Those there have a transparency in it. So yeah, I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. So that magenta that you see on there, that's an alpha channel as far as transparency. So I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue there. For the length of these, how long these go down. Yeah, so if we wanted to adjust these, we could probably do that. We might have to redo the texture, the UV mapping of it, because these deals on here, as far as these little signs here, are kind of in the proper position, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. We could, in actuality, just leave it to poke through here without adjusting that. I'm kind of curious to see what it would look like if we bring it up basically to 0 on the bottom there. So let's see here. Right now they are at this. So if I zero this out, just out of curiosity. Yep, that's what I figured it would do. What does that do to it there? Let's bring this back. Let's do it this way. So we'll go 0. Let's grab this one here. I want to see how much it adjusts that post. Actually, not that much at all. Yeah, so we should be able to zero all these out. It doesn't affect that all that much. Cool. So that's what we'll do. We'll zero all these out. Now I can do them one by one, or probably select these all in one fall swoop, but I'll just go ahead and do them one by one. Cool. Yeah, let's grab a few of them that zero it out. Boop. Just bringing that one arrow to 0. So this is all poking through our ground 0. This is our baseline as far as our foundation for the entire build. So the fact that this is all poking through that, we don't need all that excess hanging below that. That's kind of wasted. So we're just bringing that all back to 0. There we go. Cool. So we don't have, got the same situation going on with the club there too, looks like. So we might not need to adjust that a little bit too. That's a separate object though. We're just going to focus on this for now. So I think we got that where we need it to be as far as the suites there. Now let's bring back our seating area, which is this one. So here we are so far. Let's take out the cloud point data. Oh my god, this thing chugs so bad when I do that. There. So this is what we got so far. Yeah, we definitely will have to tweak on this a little bit. This looks bad. That's what I was wondering. So I think this is that small little segment in here. We're gonna have to probably massage this a little bit, because that looks terrible. It almost looks like it's too high there, for lack of a better way to put it. Alright, so let's go to vertice. Yeah, this is what I was talking about as far as needing to probably massage this a little bit. Okay, so that might be a matter of just adjusting this one here so that this plane here for those supports there, which are magenta, transparent I should say, we can use that in here at least anyway to get this lined up a little bit better. So let's go into this. Can we go top down? I can't see it very well, so let's do this. Yeah, so we'll just go like this. And we'll adjust it like so. Something like that. Get all those selected. Something like that. Just to kind of massage that in. There we go. Not too chubby. So we got the... Yeah, still right here, though, it does look like it has a drop off there. I don't know if that existed initially there. I want to almost say it did. Okay, so let's go back into this. So I'm going to adjust this independently here. Looks like it's got a huge depression right here for some reason. Yeah, I'm going to bring this up this a little bit. This massager a little bit. Nothing major. These here. Man, it's like a huge dip right here. That's crazy. It might be just the texture that's kind of tricking my eye, but definitely looks like it dips quite a bit here. Yeah, I think that's all it is. Maybe just the texture. I think that's all it is. Okay. Yeah, I definitely feel there's probably going to be a little bit of massaging that we'll have to do to it. We'll see how it looks as far as once we get it as a model in there, and if there's some huge anomalies in there, we'll adjust it accordingly. It's hard to kind of tell in here. I could probably render it. Let's render it real quick to see. See what we got here. It just looks really deceiving as far as it looks like it's got a huge dip right here. And I think it may be more just the texture than anything. I don't know what that is. Holy whitewash. Just a second here. Let's set this up a little bit better here. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I need... Holy crap, that's already a dark. Oh, let's try the global tinting. There we go. That's still kind of whitewashed there. What the heck? Why is it doing that? Why are you doing that? Alright, let's go a little darker then. Oh my god, that thing is chugging so bad. My goodness, that's crazy. Why is it so whitewashed? I don't understand that. The heck? Huh. I don't know why that's so whitewashed. There we go. That's better. Yeah. Definitely doesn't look quite as bad when you render it. Let's go like this. We'll go. Let's see. 800 by 600. Yeah, it's not nearly as bad, I don't think. It just looks really deceiving because you can see these lines here on top of the texture, the way the texture presents itself. Really tricks your eye a little bit. Yeah, definitely doesn't look as bad as I thought. Okay. We'll go with that for now. We can always, if we need to, if we find it necessary, we can always adjust it as we need to. Alright, so what I'm noticing here now with what we've got adjusted, the seating is going underneath the suites, as it should be. Okay. Yep, so that should be good there. Now I think on the... I don't remember on the original model. Let me check something here in our 2015 build here. Let's do this. Let's get out of that. No. I'm going to go back to our 2015 build here real quick. So I want to check something here real quick. Alright. This is the same model that we're working on in 3ds Max here, so you can see it's got the transparency for the supports here. And the seats do go underneath the suites here, like that. And it doesn't have a backside. That was the other thing I wanted to confirm. So there's no need to have the backside on here because you don't see this as far as during the race session anyway. Most of your camera shots that you'll have there will be on this side. So just eliminating any unnecessary polys by that way. So yeah, there's no backside to this here. There's our old logo as far as back from 15 there, as far as being in the part of the Safer Barrier project. Yep, so that's the 15 build. So we're upgrading it from this this build. Okay. So yeah, I think we're in good shape so far. No backside. Now, something else I was thinking of. There is a reflection on the yeah. So we do have. Let me go back to our files here. So we do have an environment map. Yeah, here's the mask. That's what I wanted to look at here. So we got a mask on this. That's for the club. My bad. There should be one for the suites, which is this one right here. Yeah. So what we'll need to do is apply the specular map to this at some point. Yeah. I think I do want to get that into this scene. Yeah. So I need to go back here real quick and remind myself as far as how that's been a while since I've actually had to apply an environment map to the model. Just got to make sure I get the settings correct. So what I'll do is I'll go into my 3DO reflection here, and I got a little tutorial here. Should be able to open this, I think. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. This is my little cheat sheet, I guess, as far as how to apply that properly. As far as you got to get the specular in there, which is the actual mask in the form of a bitmap, and then you got to apply the environment, the reflection there as a DDS. So yeah, I got to make sure I get an environment. It can be any environment DDS. It doesn't matter if it's the default one or what have you. So okay. Yeah, and then we need to be at 525. Yep. Just had to remind myself anyway. Nice little cheat sheet that I got there, I guess, as far as for applying reflection to a model. You do necessarily have to get that applied much the same way you would have to do a TGA that has an alpha channel. If you want to have transparency in the model, you have to apply that to the model prior to export. So that's another added thing there. There's a video that I got there as far as adding reflection to a model and or transparency. So that's okay. So I think that is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna create on this texture here for the suites, which is right. That's the main. The suites are right here. I'm gonna go into maps, and I'm gonna apply those same. I gotta make sure I got an environment that's in a DDS here. So let's see. Go back. I can take this file, for example. Did I have one in there? I don't remember. I'm going to go ahead and copy this anyway just to make sure. And then we're going to go back to here. Go to just items 20. Main Grand 3DS. Yep, we do have a DDS in here, so I don't need to paste it in here. We're just going to use this one. Oh, playlist was to end. Let's get that back. Cool. Okay. Whoa, I need to refresh this thing here for a little bit. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, from the Deuces raid there. Appreciate all the lurkers. Okay, I got that refreshed there. Cool. Just making sure I got that. Yeah, so we do have a DDS in here. So what I'll be able to do is apply this as our reflection map into Max here. We'll have to do the same thing once we bring it over to, in this case I use Max 5, but I'm going to make sure that it's at least applied to the model prior to that export out of it, so it has that mapping. So what happens with the reflection map is it'll use the same UV map of the diffuse texture, in this case the TGA4, as far as for the suites. So it uses that same mapping. So whatever you do, as far as the way you design your, in fact, let me just go ahead and show what I'm talking about. I feel like it's harder to explain now than just go ahead and go in this way. So if we open our texture, for example, our main texture, going to it this way. Okay, so here's our main texture that we have for that. Now, the way the mask works, where you put your reflection, it's going to be in the same location as where you see the windows in this location. So let's go ahead and open up the mask for it. Still working on some of my Dairyland map stuff. So let's go here, Texas 20, Main Grand, and then we should have the mask for that for the suites, which is this one. Now if you take this image, which is the same constraint as far as the size there, if we overlay that to that, you can see that's in the same location of those windows. So that's how you would set up your mask. As far as for that, you would paint a layer to be able to line up your windows to where it is on that. So that reflection will show on that part there. I'm not going to go in all the details as far as how that's actually done, but just to kind of give some clarity on how that works. So we're going to have to apply this as a specular map to our model that I have selected here. So this is where all the textures for that are applied. I'm going to add, whoops, actually I can do that up here. Go to specular map, and we're going to point to that mask, which is right here. Okay, now I don't need to do anything as far as to apply it physically, as long as it's tiered in here. I guess as far as under this particular material, the diffuse texture as far as the main texture. That's all you need to worry about. That texture is already applied. That mapping for the mask is going to follow that same UV unwrap, I guess, for the texture. So, okay, with that supplied, now I need to set this to speculars based on my little cheat sheet that I had there. I need to set this to 5. Whoops. And 25. Okay. And then also bring in that environment map in the form of the DDS and the reflection map. And it'll be a bit, even though it's a DDS, it does fall under a bitmap in this case. So TGAs that have alpha channel, DDSs, whatever, it's all going to fall under that bitmap. So this is the environment map in the DDS. Okay, that's all we need to do. We don't need to apply it. Just as long as it's populated into the maps here for this particular material that we've got for our items there, that's all we need to do. So that's what I want to get set there. We'll have to do the same thing for the club as well. But just for now, I want to get it applied to these suites. So all those textures are already done based on the 2015 builds. That kind of takes some of the heavy load off of it. So that's all applied there. Cool. So when I save this, it'll all be there in the scene. Okay. I think we are to the point. Okay, I'm going to have to make 2 separate paths. I got to look at the script for this really quick and see. So I think I do need to make 2 separate pass files. Let's open this up. 3 of them. So I got the towers, the suites, and so there's 3 different pass files I need to make. Okay. So 3 separate 3DS files I'm going to need for each of those pieces. So I can't collapse this down, I guess is the point to make there. Let's see. Yeah, and even further to explain. The seating has its own texture. So that's another good reason if you're using separate textures for these different parts to it. That's another reason why they need to stay separated. Because if you collapse it down into one piece, these individual textures won't be able to be used in the fashion you want to use them. So we have the suite, this here, and the club is totally separate, so we're not worried about that. But we got at least 2 different textures for the seating, as well as the towers and the suites. So all the more reason we need to keep it. Now, if we could probably get away with, because we're using the same texture for the suites and the towers, we could probably collapse those together if we wanted to. So the way I did it, I guess in the 15 build, as I showed, is I put them in 3 separate pass files, which I didn't really need to do it that way. I could have collapsed together the suites and the towers. The main is what has the seating, which has a separate texture. So really when it comes down to as far as what pass files you need to have, it's going to be if they're using separate textures. So in this case, the only one that's using separate textures are the seating and the towers and the suites together. So I can combine those if I wanted to. So I can refine this script to take because there's nothing dynamic that's being done. I think another reason why I might have kept that separate at the time was because it had the reflection on there. Knowing what I know now, I guess, as far as how the reflections work there, it's not going to hurt it, I guess, it's not going to apply any reflection to the towers, for example, by doing it that way. So the way I did this here, I did the main, towers, and then the suites. Okay. I might just follow the same protocol that I got here. It's not really that big of a deal. It's not going to save you that much more time, I guess, as far as making them separate as opposed to collapsing it. So I'll just keep it the way I had it there originally. I don't really need to refine it, I suppose. Let's go ahead and save this process here at this point. So let's do, whoops, That's not what I wanted. Say right over that. Oops. And that's going to take a little bit to save because it's got all that cloud point data that's hidden in the background. So once we get this saved up, we'll be able to narrow it down to which pieces that we want to create our individual 3DS files. And this is going to be all totally separate from the 15 build. I'm going to save these as separate 3DS files. So what I'll end up doing at this point is just saving over the 3DSs that we have here, so that we can bring them into our other Macs and get our new pass files. Okay. So with that saved, I'm going to bring some stuff back in here just so I can get them out of the scene. We are going to need the towers too. Okay. Alright, now from our list. Oh god, don't do that. Kind of freaking me out there a little bit. Alright. So what we want to do at this point is isolate just the main. So we're going to delete everything but the main. Okay, isolate just that. Take all that stuff out. Yep, this is all we want. For now, we're going to spit this one out. Yeah, I think the approach that we've been taking here so far, at least what Torch has done, is to zero everything out, so we can keep it right in this location here. We'll just be able to bring it in the sandbox at 0. So I think that's what I'll do that. I'm going to follow that same process there. So instead of zeroing it out and copying these coordinates down to put in the sandbox, I'm just going to leave it right there and just bring it in the sandbox at 0. Just to kind of keep it all the other objects, I guess, in the same compliance. Okay, so let's go ahead and export this. Gotta navigate to it. Track edit. Items, go to Texas 2020. Main Grand 3DS. We want to set this to a 3DS. And this is the main. We're going to save over that. Yes. Absolutely. Now I'm going to bring everything back. Okay. Now I want to focus just on the suites. Okay. Do the same thing. Spank everything else out. Just the suites. Leave it all at that same coordinate. Spit that one out as a new 3DS. So that one's going to be suites. Come on. There we go. Now, this is telling me it's going to rename this here. I'm not worried about that because once we bring it into that, you usually have to worry about this. You can name your textures whatever you want. It's because of the compliance of the naming conventions for 3DS. It's always going to spank it down. So that's the only reason why it does that. That should be fine. That mapping's still there. Alright, so with that applied, bring everything back again. And now we want to isolate just the towers. I'm going to leave the club out of this mix here for now, at least anyway. I just want to get the bulk of the main grandstand in. Okay. So now we should delete that. Now we have just the towers. The same thing, we're just going to leave that coordinate. Okay, file, export that to towers. Yes. Okay, now I'm going to bring everything back. Okay. And actually what I'll do at this point, just highlight that and we'll hide that. Cool. Now that we've got our 3DSs saved, we should be able to go into our 3ds Max 5 Bring that in there, and we'll spit out our new pass files for all those individual items. Okay, so we can close this out actually. Do not save that way. We already saved it prior to, so that we're good there. Okay. Getting out of that, now we're going to open up Max 5. I don't need this anymore. It's my little cheat sheet there. Okay. Oop, got it. Everything's got a... So Max 5. Give this a second to load up. This is the only legacy copy that I've got of 3D Max, I guess, as far as that I still have a CD for as far as like that. You know, the fact that Autodesk, which now owns pretty much the rights of the former company Discrete, I'm not 100% sure if I was to have to redo the system here, I'm not even sure I'd be able to reinstall this and all the licensing would still work. That's the only sad thing, as far as, because these legacy copies here are becoming few far in between as far as to be able to use the pass export and that we need, I guess, to create our 3DOs for our models for Enter 2003. So I'm really reluctant as far as to have to not have, you know, have to reinstall this. Alright, so let's do import. I don't know how that came up there either. Let's turn that off. I don't know how long that's been on there. We don't need that information. Alright, so we need to navigate to our Texas files. 2020 main grand 3DS. So the first thing we'll do is the main. Completely replace and do not convert units. Okay, that should bring in our model like so. Okay, now we want to make sure we apply the texture. Let's go into Material Editor. Now, for this one here, we're going to have to apply it the same way as we did in 14 there, as far as to apply the specular, the DDS for the reflection map and all that stuff prior to export. If we don't do that, that reflection is not going to be on the model. So we're going to go into Diffuse. And we need the main. Whoops. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. So we had the empty stands. Okay, that was probably another fair mention too. So depending on which state that you apply to the seats here, because they do populate, I guess, as far as with people during a race session and so on, we did have the empty stands. You can probably recall, I guess, as far as prior to that export there. So depending on which texture you apply in this fashion here is going to determine how that thing will switch based on the script that we've got assigned. So we definitely want to make sure we do the empty stands version of that. So yes, we want to do that. And I'm going to go ahead and apply this right away, like such. So you can see that texture is applied. Now I'm going to go ahead and apply the specular. And at this point here, you don't need to apply it to it. You already got the texture applied with that UV map. Everything else what that involves the specular as far as the reflection, we'll just follow that UV unwrap against for the texture, the primary texture. So there's no need to have to reapply it. In fact, you don't want to do that, otherwise you'll get a adverse. You know, as far as when you spit the model out, it's not gonna turn out right. So bitmap, we're on specular. We need that. Actually, on this one here, never mind. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's for the suites. So we're good to go on this one. I screwed up on that. So on this one here, we're good. It's on the suites that we'll have to apply that one to. So yeah, I got a little bit ahead of myself. So on this one here, we're fine. As long as we put that empty one, as far as to take advantage of the... I need to clear this. Make sure that's clear. Why are you not clearing? There's no texture in there, so I think we should be okay. Oh, you can't clear it in here. This goes to show you how old this version of Max is. In the Max 14, you're able to clear this. Even though it has an M on here, there's no texture actually applied physically, so I think we should still be fine. If it screws up, we'll always do it again. It's not a big deal. Alright, so we want to make sure we got our shape named what we want, which is fine. So we can spit this out as a pass file with all that done. So export this. You gotta navigate to that folder. Mesh items, Texas 2020, main grand, 3DS, and we're gonna switch this over to a pass file. And we want this for the main, which is that one right there. Yes. Okay, so just to confirm that that did actually save that properly. Yep, so we're good on that. Okay, now with that done in Max, we'll be able to delete that. Now we're going to bring in the suites, and then we'll do the towers. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll do the suites. We want to merge this in here, so just so you don't have to totally reset where your files are being, to have to go through all that navigation to find that file again. That's why I did it the way I did, as far as delete the model and then just merge into that. That way it doesn't reset all that, as far as have to re-navigate to wherever you got your files. That's a nice little shortcut there, I guess, as far as, so I'm merging instead of completely replacing, just to take advantage of that. So there's that. So the suites are in there. Go in our material editor and just switch this one out to this one's going to be this for the suites. So we want the one with the TGA, so that's got the transparency in it, and got that down here. So effectively we got that, then we know that texture is correct. Definitely want to make sure we reapply it. That's a critical piece there as far as prior to export there. You want to make sure the texture is applied to it. But you want to do that first before applying all your environment map and all that stuff. Because you'll get some adverse, like I said, as far as you'll get some adverse output, I guess, as far as if you apply all the reflection map or whatever with that main texture applied to it. So just put the main texture onto it and then do your reflection maps, because it's already compliant with that UV unwrap. I don't know. That's the best way I can describe that. Putting all that stuff on there and then applying it, you're going to get that it's going to look funky on the model, as well as output it the same way. So it's just kind of a critical piece there. I've got it more explained to you in the tutorial, I guess, on the YouTube channel. So with that applied, I'm going to go back up to this main level. Now we can go to Specular. And now we want to apply that Specular for the suites, which is going to be this one right here. And again, we're not applying it to that, we're just making sure it's populated in these materials. We'll go to the mapping. Go down to the reflection here. Put that DDS file for the environment. So yeah, so the fact that it's navigating still to that same folder there, that's why I didn't reset the scene. So I just delete it. That way you don't have to navigate to all that. It kind of saves a little bit of time. Okay, so we'll apply that. Again, we don't need to physically apply it. As far as apply it to the model, it's already, just as long as it's populated in here prior to export, that's all you need. What else we got in here? So we got the specular, the main texture. That's good, and we need to go back up here and set the specular level. Dang it, 5 and 25. There we go. So that's all we need there. We got everything applied the way we want it. The name of our model here is sufficient. So we'll go ahead and spit that out as a pass file. So that one will be suites. Yes, sir. Okay. So now we'll delete that one. Now we'll do the towers. Import that. For the towers. Making sure that's what it is. So the only one I'm leaving out so far, like I said, is the club. Just for the time being. We want to merge that in here. So there's those. Name of that's fine. Let's go to material. Now for this one, I'm going to go ahead and go to a different sphere. Just so I don't have to eliminate all this stuff here. So I'll probably forget something in here. So I just going to go to a different sphere. Doesn't really matter as far as long as the material is applied physically to the model. Doesn't matter which sphere. But I don't want any remnants of that specular to come onto the towers here in this case. That's why technically if I would have gone with the items for the stand that didn't have the reflection on it, I wouldn't have to do that, but I could have done that one last. That way I wouldn't have to worry about having to use a different sphere, but it's no big deal to have to select a different sphere in this case. Okay, so the towers use the same thing as the main grand. I'm sorry, as the suites, I think it was. Yeah, it is the same as the suites. So all we need to do is just apply the suites texture again. Like so. Without the reflection, obviously. And then just apply it. Now, just to give some clarity on the suites, I show that again here. Wait. No. It doesn't use the suites. Hold on. That's why I'm glad I checked it. Which texture does the towers use? I think it is the main. Now I forgot. Let me open that up here. I'll be able to tell by opening up the texture. Is it this one? Yeah, it is this one. So the towers are on this one here. That's where the towers are. Okay, cool. So I got the wrong texture here. So I need to go with that empty stance here. There we go. There we go. And I can double check on the texture on the model here to make sure that's correct. Yep, that's good. So we got the name of that, fine. Textures applied. Orientation is also the same. That's all good. So now we can spit this out as a pass file. And that one's going to be towers. Yes, please. Okay. Now we got all of our pass files that we need to the point where we can construct this into a model. So let's bring all the things that we need here. So we need the suites, the texture for the suites, also the mask. We need the main. That one there. We need the script. We don't need the club. So we don't need the full. We only need that E there for now. You know what? The script does have. It does call the F in there. Yeah, I do need that. My bad. So that one. Towers. So okay, so we should have 3 pass files. So we got one for the towers, one for the seats, and then one for the suites. Seats and suites. We got our mask file for that. We got our texture file. And I'm using the one with the alpha channel. Pretty critical on that, as well as I'm bringing in both these only because it does call for it in the script. Otherwise, we will get an error if we don't do like that, because it's going to be looking for that texture that's called for in the script. So you want to make sure all the textures that are being called for in the script are applied, especially if it's got that state switch in there like that. Okay, so let's bring that over to our Make 3DO, which is where we have our that creation there. So let's go to here, Program Files. Go to Sandbox, Make 3DO, and slap those in here. Now, I don't have the MIPS in here necessarily. You don't have to, as long as you got the textures, the raw textures. I guess it would apply to it. That's fine. The other thing I need to bring in here too is the environment map, the DDS. And again, that's only because we do have a reflection parameter, I guess, to our suite. So once we do that, so I do need to have that. So let's bring that in as well as far as this DDS. And I think you can get away with, from what I can recall anyway, you can get away with either putting the bitmap or the environment DDS. This as long as it's got that same constraint there. The DDS portion of it is more critical, I guess, as far as getting it into max prior to the export. That's the more critical piece there. Using the bitmap, it's not going to apply that reflection to the specular properly without having the DDS. So, and that already has the proper parameters, I guess, in the DDS file for the environment map than it does in just the raw bitmap, because that's just to put it in simple terms there. So we've got everything that we need here now to be able to construct our model. And if we don't, the Make 3DO utility will definitely let us know if we are missing something or not. So let's bring up a command prompt. This does run on a command prompt, so we're going to bring up that dialog. And we're going to bring it down, change directory, and we'll do a change directory too. I've shown this plenty times before too, as far as you can copy to the right of the C, to the drive, as far as where that location you want to go to, and paste that into right here. So now this will take us to where we need to go. Now all we got to do is call for that application, in this case to Make 3DO, and in this case we're using a script. Okay, so we want to do -s for that script, and then the name of the script, which in this case is FSGS, which is short for front stretch grandstand, in case anybody was wondering, and then .psg. And then because we do have an reflection parameter, I guess, to our model, once we do put this together, we need to do a -e for environment, and then enter, and that should spit out the model. So that's it's creating the name of that model, I guess, based on what you have set in the script. So if we look into it this way, we should definitely be able to open this up in 3D SimEd if you have that, and see what it looks like. So this is what our model looks like now. The transparency won't show completely. You don't ever want to go 100% by what you see in here. You want to definitely get it into the sandbox and into the game and see how it looks that way. But it's at least show you that it is constructed in the fashion that we expect it, as far as the towers in the right spot, suites are in the right spot, and all that. Okay, so we can at least check it from that perspective. That's about all 3D SimEd is good for in that regard. So now with this new model, I'm going to cut this out and bring this into our build folder, only I'm going to put that item right there. Now I have MIPS already created based on this. We didn't change any of that from the original 2015 build, so I think I'm just going to bring those all over to here. I didn't do that just yet, so let's go to our 2015 build and bring those over. Let's see, I think just gotta remember where I put them. So yeah, I think I gotta go here and then added Texas items 15, and then they should be all in here. So I need the E, the F, the suites, the mask. Let's see if I'm missing anything here. So I left the club out of it. We'll need the environment, and most of these are usually readily available in your track edit folder by default, but if it doesn't, make sure it does. Am I missing anything? I think that's all we need. Is this the mask for the suites, for the seats? That's using on the towers. Yep, that's all we need. This is the old main model that we just created This is the original 15 model, but we can still use these same textures though. So that's all I'm bringing over here. So let's go back to our 20. Here, go to Texas, 20. And we're going to bring those in over here. Cool. Now from here, we should be able to bring all this. We should already have an environment map in our track edit folder, but let's double check. We do not. So we're definitely going to make sure that's in there. Okay, so we'll do environment and all these items here. Now we should be able to bring this completely into our track. Now this is just an initial model. This is not complete at all. We might have to massage this, as I was mentioning earlier, just as far as, but at least for now, I got to bring it into our 2020 build here. So we're going to go new. Tracks, third party, and go to our Texas 2020 build. And open this one up. This is the one I need to skip over. Yeah, I'm gonna skip over that one. I gotta swear I took that one out, but I guess not. Gotta drop it on. That one there is really annoying. I don't know if about you folks, but that's just a random playlist. I guess I happen to find up on Artlist is what I've been using lately, so seems to work pretty good. Alright, so now we're in our track. We're going to go into object placement because we are trying to place an object. And we should be able to find our FSGS main. Actually, it's going to be up here. Yes, no, maybe? Yeah, here it is. It's like, where'd it go? Yeah, so it's past the shared stuff there. So FSGS main. And we're missing something. What are we missing? It should tell us. We missed something. What did we miss? I brought the... Hold on. Alright, let's go this way. We're going to find out. Yeah, let's open it up this way and see what we did miss here. So we're going to search for MIPS. So we're going to go MIP. FSGSE. Which is right there. Whoops. What'd you stop on? Hello? Hold on. Let's go back up here. I don't know where the heck that stopped on. Oh, right down here. So F is sweet. F sweet. Yep, so that one's in there. Environment, we do have that in there. Cool. The sweet mask, which is right there. FSGSE. So there. FSGSF. So that one's there. Okay, so we got all our MIPS. Why is that not loading that? Hold on a second. Interesting. Let's try open this up in 3D Sim again, just out of curiosity. There we go. See, now that's all showing. Yeah, it's showing black at this point there. Again, you don't want to go by the way it's presented in here. You want to get it into the track and sandbox. So that's still good there. Why is that not wanting to load in here? Try it again. Why did you not want to load? Let's see if it's just main. Usually it'll give you a dialogue too if you're missing something in specific. Huh. I'm not missing anything though. That's interesting. Alright, let me think about this for a second. I got the environment map in there. I I think I might actually need to put the, yeah, I think that's probably the other thing I need to put in there. I need to put the, I think so. I can't remember for sure. But I think you do need to have the cloudy. Yeah, I think that's what it might be. Oh, I can't remember now. It's been a while since I've had to do that. Gotta shake the rust off a little bit. Yeah, so the initial textures, looking at it in Notepad, we do have those. But I think I do... My goodness, I can't remember. Alright, so what I am going to do is try this. Let's go to our 2015 build. Yeah, I'm pretty sure... I'm just racking my brain here a little bit. It's been a while since I had to do this, like I said. So I think I do need to have, though, this one. So the C environ, not the horizon. We need the S horizon. S environ. Second, so we got environment. We already got that one in there. So C environ and S environ. Where's the S environ? Right, staring right at it. There it is. So we need these two. I think we need these two. As far as environment maps, so let's copy those. Not 100% positive, but I'm trying to. I'm gonna find out here in a second. Okay, now let's try. You dirty rascal, anyway. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and close this out completely. I'll reopen the track. That definitely should load. Okay, let's give this a second here. I know it all shows on your end, but it don't on mine. Monitor has to wake up here a little bit. Okay. Try that again. Let's go back on into object view, object placement. What in the heck am I missing? I don't understand. Huh. Everything is in there, you son of a gun. What am I forgetting? I might have to look at my the video. This is gonna remember. So I haven't had to do this in a little bit. Can't 100% remember what I'm missing here. So I got the environment map. Got all the textures that are applied to the, as far as the mask. Okay, so I guess we're gonna go over to the YouTube channel. We're gonna go check that out. Cause I am forgetting. So let's see here. Let's go on over to we're gonna do a little bit of web surfing here on the YouTube channel. Let's do sometimes even I forget. Alright, let's move this over to here. Alright, so on the YouTube channel we should have the video here. I got plenty of playlists here that show lots and lots of things. So we need, more than likely, probably this one right here. Okay, And if it isn't in here, I'm going to make sure I get it in here. I know I got one in here for Alpha Channel. Flow of GSG. Say Grass Designs. Okay. Yeah, that's covering as far as how to do an alpha channel. I thought I had one in here for creating. That includes transparency. Nope. Well, I'll be damned. So I don't think I have one in here. I guess as far as for that, I think I do have one on the SPP channel though. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. So I don't have it on the Rock Nation one, but I can go to. These are all available when you go to the Rock Nation. There's we've got the references here to the Spline Designs YouTube as well as the Safer Barrier project. That's the previous venture that we had there for track building here in Enter 2003. So let's go to the how-tos on the SPP side here. Alrighty then, let's see. Trans and reflection. Here we go. That's the one I was thinking of right here. So we get it's a two-part thing here. So it kind of covers it. This is a very old video, but I think, yeah, this is showing how to get it all set up in Max. So I need to look at the part 2 actually. Okay, this is still showing how to get it exported from Max as far as the script goes. Okay. Yeah, so this is showing how to get it through Make 3DO just like I just did. Just trying to see what I did miss. This is before I had a really decent mic in here, so it's all text instead of yeah, so it's supposed to do the -E for the environment, so we did do that. Yep, did do that. So it spit out the model. So this is for a clubhouse model at this point. Yeah, not going to worry about that as far as the View 3D and all that stuff. This goes through as far as if you want to use the View 3D, if you've got all the MIP files in the Make 3DO directory, it'll allow you to look at the model, I guess, through View 3D. That's just another way, I guess, of being able to look at the model, if you so wanted to do that way. Okay, so what I wanted to see here, so I'm going to back this up just a tad. What textures are in there? Oops, that's for View 3D. Okay, trying to see what yeah, so it does have the environment map MIP in there, which is I expected. Not seeing anything that I missed there as far as to be able to view or load the model. Okay, so I am I'm missing something and I can't think of what. So the model does necessarily load this way. I guess what I could do is try the View 3D and see how that looks there, and see if there's any problems being able to look at it through View 3D, just like I show in the video. And if we do have a problem there, then that's that might be part of the problem. So let's copy all the appropriate files here into our Make 3DO, like so. Now that we got the MIPS in here, we should be able to call through our Make 3DO as far as, yeah, so we got to navigate to the View 3D, which is right here. So we got to go to the main sandbox folder. So we're going to need to do a CD backslash, do F. Oh crap, that's not what I wanted to do. Nuts, hold on. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Okay, hold on. I don't want that. Get out of that. My bad. That's my fault. F8. There we go. So CD. Oh, it didn't do the CD backslash. Yeah, you son of a gun. CD backslash. Backslash. Make 3DO, and we want to navigate to oh, wait a minute, I gotta cycle through this. That's right. Okay, that's what we want. So we want to go here, but only go to the root of the sandbox. Yeah, that's where we got the View 3D program, like so. Now we want to go View 3D. That'll bring up that dialog, and then anything that's in the Make 3DO directory, it should let's go a little bigger on this and load our model. Could not load, so something's wrong from this one. So the fact that it won't load in View 3D, something happened. I'm almost thinking possibly it could be the way I had that environment map applied to the piece prior to export. That's the only thing I can think of at this point. Alright, let's close that. Oh, please close. Okay, there we go. Cool. Awesome. But that's how the View 3D program, that's going all the way back to checking to see how that video works there. So I did something wrong with the export here on one of the pieces here. It can't load it into View 3D. View 3D, it uses the same graphics engine as Ender 2003 does, much the same fashion that 3D Sim was, but it will show it the way it would in Sandbox. So that's a pappy tool as far as the View 3D. So if it doesn't load in there, there's definitely a problem, as we just saw. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and completely reset this. It's going against, I guess, kind of what I said there, but I screwed something up with more than likely having that environment map, even though there wasn't a texture applied to it. I think it might have screwed that up. So we're going to spit out the, which piece was it? I think it was, hold on here. I might just do them all over again, period, just to make sure I got it done right. So something I screwed up somewhere along the line. It shouldn't have mattered whatever that I had this in here prior to export, because I would have applied this material, because I physically applied it that way, so it shouldn't have been an issue there. But I'm going to go ahead and redo all three pieces just to make sure. So I'm going to completely reset this and start over from scratch. Somewhere along the line I screwed up, which is causing the item not to load in Sandbox or the View 3D for this matter. So okay, we need to re-import main, completely replace. There we go. So let's start right over here. So we got these going to material editor. No problem. So go into here. Map, make sure we provide the proper texture, which this one should be the E. which is this one here. Perfect. And then apply it. That's all we need there. So with the texture applied, model's name where we want it. So to export this one as main. Good. So we'll delete that. Okay. Import towers. Merge it in. Okay, now we can apply that same texture. Dang it, now I forgot again. That might have been where I screwed up there. Yeah, this is the one we want. This has got the towers. That's what we want. Yep. Cool, so that's good. So name there, orientation, textures applied, spit that out as a pass. So that one is the towers. Okay, now we'll do the one with the reflection last, which is the suites. So file, import. Merge, okay. Now on this one, we're gonna go ahead and change this to that's the club. So we need the suites with the alpha channel. Yep. Gonna go ahead and apply that. Then we also need to apply the specular. Trying to go a little bit slower on this to make sure I don't screw anything up. I definitely think I did something with adding that environment map, I guess, to that model. Just the fact that it was in there, it probably messed something up there. That's becoming apparent to me. So I put the specular there. Just as long as it's populated in there, we're going to set this to 5 and 25. Okay. Oh. Go to maps, and then we want to apply that DDS for the reflection. There we go. That's all we need to do. So that's in there. Everything's in there the way we need to have it. Okay, so we'll be able to spit that one out as suites. Cool. Now we'll bring those new pass files that we just exported from here. Nope, not the club, not the club. So main, towers, suites. Okay. Bring those over to make 3DO. Paste them in here. New, new, new. Cool. Now we can run this up again. So we'll do, we got to get back up to the make 3DO. So we'll do CD /. Navigate over to make 3DO. Like so. And then same thing here. So we're just typing in the same thing. So we got that already populated in here. Saves us a little bit of typing. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the View 3D. CD /. Go back to the main of Sandbox where the View 3D is at. And then I'll just type it in there. View 3D. Brings that up. And let's go into this one here. There we go. Yeah, see, I screwed something up. So now the fact that it loads in here, we should be good to go. So yeah, it was just something I screwed up with. So I forget the navigation stuff in here. So I'm not gonna. The fact that it loads, we don't get an error. Yeah, it was definitely something that I did wrong with that environment map. I guess in that model. even though it didn't have a texture to it, it just kind of screwed that up. So that's all that was. But you definitely, this is another way that you can look at the model. If it loads in here, shouldn't have a problem getting it either in the game or in Sandbox for that matter. So the fact that it loads, that's a good thing. So unload an object, and we'll close that out. All right, now we're good to go. Just a little bit of a fumble, I guess, on my part as far as applying the textures properly, and the first initial go there. So copy this initially over to here. Yep, and then I also want to copy this over to our track edit folder. Now, it probably doesn't hurt. In any case, I brought over the environment maps because eventually you're going to need those anyway. But yeah, you definitely don't need to have that as long as you got this environment map for it to satisfy the reflection as far as the mask and whatever. So now we should be able to bring that into Sandbox at least anyway. So we're in here. Let's see, geometry, just making sure we still got the track loaded. Cool. So let's go into object view, placement, add track set object. There we go. So yeah, now it's bringing it in. So there it is there, and we wanted to zero this out. FSGS main, and just zero it out. Now, it may not necessarily load in here, and that's fine. We'll be able to save it and then reload it, and then it should show. So the fact that we get the bounding box, but it's not necessarily showing yet, that sometimes will happen as far as some objects there. The bounding box is there, and the fact that we didn't get an error, that's actually a good sign. So let's do this. We do go to geometry, save this as a new PTF. So we're going to do this as add front stretch GS, front stretch grandstand. That'll work. So we'll save it and we'll close it out, and then reload our PTF right there. Now it should load once we get this opened up here in Sandbox. Yep, you can already see it in there. Give that a second to load. Not sure what I think about using the environment thing. What do you mean about using the environment thing? You had to set the wall at 0.0. What do you mean about? That's two different things there, Torch. Kind of fuse me. What do you mean you're not sure about the environment thing? What is there something you don't understand about it, or what that is? The only way you can get reflection onto a model is to apply that environment map. But now we can see how this actually looks in here. See how it's got the reflection on it. Now, what is going on with the stands themselves? Okay, something got screwed up in the switches there. Okay, we'll run through these and see what it looks like. Yeah, see, that's got the reflection on it. That's the only way you can get that on there, by applying that way. We're going to check out these switches here and see what's going on with the seats here. That's pretty interesting. I don't know why that didn't... Alright, let's see. Let's go through the modes here. Our seats aren't in there. Let's go to state variable, weekend... 0. Okay. Let's go to okay. Something got screwed up here. Let's go to 2. But for some reason our seats are not showing there. Oh, but dang. We got everything else though. We got the towers and the suites, but somehow the seating area got left out. Let's see. Interesting. Okay, let me look at the model here this way. See what's going on here. You don't like the way the reflection thing looks, kind of blurry and dull, especially when dark tinted windows. It depends on how you apply it. You can apply it to different levels, right? As far as how much, that's all based on how you apply the tinting on it here. So the more white that you show on it, it's going to be more milky, you know, more whitewash. You can really tone it down, I guess, as far as with that. So this is what James did. I haven't done anything to this. Is all the original textures from 15. But I didn't think it, to be honest, I don't think it turned out that bad. I mean, it can be toned down a little bit more if we wanted to. It can be toned down a little bit more. But I think it looks better, personally, or whatever, having a reflection on it than not at all. I need to figure out why the seats aren't showing, though. At all. That's weird. Yeah, so even in the model here, so something I left out here. Yeah, because the script, I think, does... Let me look at the script here. I gotta look back at the script here and see what happened. I thought I had it to where it switched, yeah, from the empty to full. Let me double check this here. So our pass, FSGS main. Which one is FSGS main? Suites, towers. Something goofed up in here. I just want to try to see what. What's not clicking here? Combined standard, yes, crowd, suites, towers. So we got GS crowd is the GS. That doesn't make any sense why that's not working. This hasn't been edited, I guess, as far as since the 15 build, and the fact that I've got all the pass files that are listed here to include their proper containers for those. Huh. That is super strange. Okay, hold on. Let's go back this way. I gotta look through here the MIPS again. So does it have... Yep, so that's the empty stands. That's for the suites. The environment map. That's the mask. It's got the E. That's the empty stands. There's the full stands. Okay, well, why the heck aren't you showing? Alright, let me try something else here. We goofed something up. Definitely don't have any seats. Alright, let's go this way too. That wasn't it. So to see if maybe it was a population switch thing. So I don't understand why the seats aren't showing. That is really odd. But the fact that these are in here, that's pretty cool. So we can see how that has oriented itself, I guess, based on the ground plane. See where the towers are landing. Now, the fact that I don't have the club portion of it in here on turn one side here, But yeah, the transparency's working and all that stuff. So that's a good thing. I've never seen it happen there. As far as the UV mapping, I mean, it should just stole the model. Something what I am wondering is, I did apply, I think that texture for that, it does have transparency in it. Let me see here. Yeah, so these, I think, let me open this up in WinMap 2. Because it's not even showing here. That's what's crazy. It definitely should still be showing even if it did have the transparency applied to it. So the fact that it's not even here, that's really strange. And I don't even think it was showing in View 3D either. In fact, let me see if I can bring that back up here really quick. So if we do F8. Let me see here. So if we go this, go to that. Load. Let's bring that in. Oh, I wish I could remember the, I think it's... Oh, I can't remember the movements in here. Shoot. Rats. I don't remember what the keys were. It's been a while since I've had to use this one, so I don't remember. It's probably another reason why I don't use it. Can't remember what the keys are, but I don't see the seats are actually in here. You can see the full stands. I just wish I could remember how to move around in this. Oh, there it goes. I don't remember how to... It is the arrow keys. Dang, Mike. Yeah, see, I'm using the arrow keys, so... Yeah, it is the arrow keys for, Yeah, it's a little wonky to use this in... And I gotta use the arrow keys, and it's gonna mute me again if I try to that. But I was trying to get to see... Let's reset it. I thought I saw the seats in there. Reset, yeah. Yeah, so you can see the seats. Are in there. But they're not in the right position. What the heck? Oh, maybe that's what's going on here. They're not in the right position. What the heck is going on? So that they're in here. Alright, hold on. So they must be under the track? What the heck is going on with that? I don't remember if I, see, that might be part of the issue is I didn't reset the X form on it, possibly. I don't see it in here at all, though. Here, let me try this. We zeroed it out. I'm going to move it up on the Z. Because according to View 3D, they're right here. They're like in front of the everything else here. Alright, let me do this here. God dang it. Alright, let's go to Object. Placement. Oops, no, I don't want that. Let's get that. I'm going to move this up on the Z. I'm going to bring it up. Still not seeing him though. What in the world? Huh. Where are you at? So the fact that it's coming out as far as it, look at the bounding box. It's coming way out beyond, I guess, the suites there. So it's in there somewhere. Yeah, you can see them right there. Yep, see there's the seats, you can see them right there. But it's like off to the side of it, it's not where they're supposed to be. So I think I might have, it might be a reset X-form type of thing with those, so that's probably what I'll have to do with that. That's what'll happen when you don't reset the X-form after modifying the model. It'll throw that orientation of it just like that. I think that's probably what's dealing with there. Alright, so what I'll do is put this back to 0, keep this saved like that, so once I bring the new model in, once I correct that, I won't have that problem. No, I already went all through the state switches. Yeah, I already went all through all the state switches. It's definitely not that. But the fact that you can clearly see it's out of orientation here, it's not where it's supposed to be. So that's the problem. Alright, so unload that. Definitely seems to be a X-form issue there. So let's see here. Let's bring this back down to 0. Okay, let's see if we can't correct this problem. We already saved the track with that in there, so we're not gonna bother. Close that right out. Probably what I'm gonna need to do is on the stands. I'm gonna have to go back into 14 and correct that. Yeah. I think so. Let's go ahead and reset this. No. Yes. So far, everything is good to go other than the seats. Alright, so let's go back into Max 14 here real quick and see if we can't correct this issue. Yeah, I definitely feel that probably more than likely is a reset X-form issue. I thought I had, but maybe not. I know I think I did on the suites, but I didn't. I don't remember. Anyway, we're gonna have to. That seems to be an issue there, so we gotta definitely fix it. We'll get this loaded up here. Okay, so let's load that scene back up. Nope, wrong one. Okay, that's going to be this one right here. So yeah, all I need to do is just set the X-form on the seats. I don't think I did group that either there, but that's fine. Huh, I wasn't doing that one before. Interesting. I don't worry about it. Alright, so we need for these here. Okay. Alright, let's make sure we are centered. Oh, it wasn't even centered. It wasn't that much, but yeah, I definitely feel if I had to shift that much there, we probably were out of whack there. So let's do that. And reset X-form. Definitely looks okay there. Okay. Well, if it wasn't, it will be now. Okay, clef stall. You know, when it did that, now that I recall, when I did the reset X-form on that, it kind of did, it took so long, I guess, to do it. I do remember it doing that too, and I don't know why the heck that was. Let's try this again here, though. See, it's doing it again. I wonder if there's something to that. I don't know why that's taking so long for it to reset that X-form that way. So I know for a fact now at this point I did do that. But the fact that it's throwing the orientation of it off there for some reason. I don't even know why it's taking so long for it to do that. It shouldn't be doing that. It's not that dense of a model, I guess I have to do that. Because if it was... It's doing it for the seats here, it should be doing it for these. And it didn't. So I don't know if there's something to that. But yeah, I do definitely remember now, going back, I did do the reset the X form on that, so I don't know 100% why it's well, we're gonna try it again, see what happens. I'm gonna apply this here again just out of curiosity. So reset, selected. Yeah, so that's the way it should be. Alright. Collapsed all. I'm gonna do it again. You definitely, for as much of adjustment that I had to make to that model, I definitely want to make sure that the X form is reset, because I did a lot of reconfiguring of that. Much the same with the suites too, so. Alright. So with that done, we're going to go ahead and file, save this scene. With all that done. That'll take a little bit. It's got a lot of data in there. And then all I'll need to do is just spit out the main part there for the seats there as a 3DS. We can go put that back into Max 5, make a new pass file and all that, yada yada. Okay. Okay, now we need to bring back some stuff here so we can isolate just that main grand. Okay, and then main grand. Delete all that out. There we go. Effect pivot. Alright, so we are in the proper conform there. That's making sure. So now let's spit this out as 3DS. And that one is going to be the FSGS main. Yes, please. Okay. I'm trying it again, so we're going to go ahead and reset that. Don't save, and let's get out of that. Now we'll open Max 5 back up. Can confirm that that's saved too. So that was the FSGS main. Cool. Alright, let's open up Max 5 again. So we can get our new pass export. We're definitely getting on there. Just this little bit of a flaw, I guess, with the one piece anyway. This will sometimes happen, but a lot of times what it relates to is not resetting the X form. Yeah. Okay, so we want to load that in as far as that 3DS. Main grand 3DS main. Okay, so we got it loaded in. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna load in suites, merge to that. Yeah, so it's in the right spot. Just wanted to make sure. Alright, just to confirm. Okay, we don't need the suites in there. Take that back out. So now it's just the seats. So we know we're in the right orientation. Everything, you know, it's in line with the suites when I bring that in. So all good to go there. So that material. Okay, and the only other thing I can think of. This one does have an alpha channel, but we need that for the ends on there, so okay. Alright, just double checking. So that does have image alpha. Okay. So we'll apply it. There we go. Okay, that's all we should need. So our orientation should be correct. Export that out. As a pass file. So that one's going to be this one. Yes, please. And then transfer that new pass file here. Yep. And bring that over to our Make 3DO. Boom. Okay, now we're going to run this back through Make 3DO. So let's do our cd backslash. Get back to our Make 3DO directory. Okay. Okay, there's our new model. Let's load it up in here initially. Now they're in there. So something was wrong with the X form, I believe. Yeah. So they weren't showing in here even in 3D SimEd. So when I load this up in View 3D now, let's try it that way. Alright, so let's go back into here. cd backslash. There we go. Okay, and then View 3D. Okay, and then we'll go into 800 by 600. Actually, I can probably go this way. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Alright, let's do a load. Yeah, there they are. That's better. So something was wrong with the X form. It's the only conclusion I can make to that. It's definitely where it needs to be at this point. See if I can swing this around here without muting the mic. There we go. So see, it's now they're definitely where they need to be. Trying not to use my, yeah, there's definitely an issue with the X form. It just goes to show the importance, I guess, that now I did do that initially, but I guess I didn't really check it. For clarity, I guess, as far as that initial time there, but I do remember it took a while, I guess, to reset that X form, as far as kind of hesitated there, kind of chugged there a little bit. Did there the second time, so somewhere in that process, and that initially it didn't put it in the proper X form, so it is now. So this shows the importance of resetting the X form after you modify the model. So unload that, get out of this. If that's the main takeaway, I guess, from that. So now we can bring this into our track. Go ahead and copy that over to here, and then also into our track edit directory. Now when we load our track up, it should have it. So we already got it saved, whatever, with that 0 position there. So it should put our seats right where it needs to go. So all we need to do is load up that PTF that we saved for that. And there they be. Oops, I can give it a second to load it. You all can see it there. Monitor's got to wake up here. It's on my end. That's just the joys of having multiple monitors set up. That's all that is. Okay, there we go. Now let me look at it. Now let's go to camera view. And there they are. There's our seats. Now we'll go through all the state switches again to make sure. This actually landed. Uh-oh. Looks like it is cutting into the wall here a little bit. So I'm wondering. Interesting. Okay, so we got a little bit of disparity here, I guess, as far as where this grandstand lands and where this track geometry actually is. What it might behoove me to do is to take, get a DAE of the track geometry as we have it here. I'm not going to do that in this stream, to get this this model, I guess, to conform to the geometry that we have. Because there's obviously a disparity, I guess, as far as what we have in our max scene in comparison to what we're seeing here, because it's actually bleeding onto the track. So I think, yeah, that would probably be the best bet, is to take a DAE of our track geometry here, and then conform the model, I guess, to that. So we initially took the approach as far as just using the LiDAR that we had available in our max scene. We're pretty close, but there's obviously some wrongdoing here. So yeah, we think we're definitely cutting in here. Not a big deal though. It's not very hard, I guess, to be able to get the DAE of the track geometry into our max scene and conform that a little bit better. Well, we got it in here though. It's there. Just a matter of, there's a little bit of tweaking here. We don't have the club in it yet, so we got a little bit of texture issue there. I don't know if that initially existed in the original model. I'm not sure, but got some cleanup there probably to do. But it's in here, so I can say to that. Definitely looks pretty cool. Yeah, it did turn out pretty good. You watched an hour of October 2020. Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, just the fact that it's in here, I think that says something. Yeah, as far as the scale of it, I think just a little bit of that's the only word I can do as far as a little disparity, I guess, as far as not having the proper orientation, I guess, between the LiDAR and the track. So the fact that we know our track at this point is where it needs to be, as far as the height and the banking and all that stuff, we'll just adjust the model to the geometry of the track here. That would probably be not a bad way, I guess, to be able to check our geometry based on a DAE export through 3D SimMed of our track geometry, and compare that to our overall LiDAR and max. So that might be something we'll go over next week, as far as to show that, to see how close we've come, I guess, as far as what we've got here present in Sandbox, and compare that to what's in, actually in max, because that's definitely something that can be done. But I'm super happy with the fact that we've got it in here, at least. Anyway, we had a little bit of, got some hiccups there, little bumps in the road, but that's to be expected. I mean, kind of worked through those little hiccups in the road, but we got the first initial preliminary model, I guess, for the main grandstand here anyway. That's saying something. Yeah, not all of our time, I guess, as far as we spent on this wasn't for nothing. Yeah, but that's a huge fudge factor, though. That's just too big of a fudge factor, in my opinion, I guess, as far as it shouldn't have been that far off. I mean, it's clipping into that wall there quite a bit. That's, to me, is a little bit kind of a big fudge factor, because even as far as how much I had to adjust the model in comparison to, you remember where we started with the model as far as putting it into the same transit we did for the 15 build. That was all based on top-down view, right? So it shouldn't have been that far off as far as from a top-down view's perspective. So the fact that it even was that way, it's almost kind of going back to the same thing that we saw when we brought the model into Max. It was doing the same thing. So all those changes that we've made, it would have been a lot worse if we didn't do it. So this is what I see, I guess, as far as what I observed, as far as the way the model was when we initially brought it into Max, based on that track template or whatever. This is what it was doing prior to me doing any adjustments to it. So, but again, like I said, the only thing that we can do at this point is just to bring the DAE of the track into the Max and see where we might be off, as far as for the LiDAR to the track that we have presently, and I'll go over that next week. That's not a big deal. I think that's just another fine way, I guess, to be able to check our progress and the integrity of the direction we're going with it. As far as if there's things that are off there, we'll need to correct that. So hopefully it doesn't turn out to be yet another entirely new build. I don't think it will, honestly. I think it's just a matter of you weren't totally wrong, Torch gets to say there was a little bit of fudge factor. That's a bit extreme, in my opinion. If I wouldn't expect it to clip in that much. To me, even with the adjustments that I made to the model, it shouldn't have been that much. It should have been a lot closer. So now, if it was even more uniformly off, I guess, as far as how much it clipped in there, but it's not. It's like clipping out more than it is in other areas. So, and from, like I said, from a top-down view, that shouldn't be the case. So, anywho, I'm just happy I was able to get the model at least initially in here, so to be able to test it in the sim. I was hoping to be able to get some track time, I guess, as far as in there. I might just do that anyway, just for the heck of it. That's the way I'll close it out. We'll save this PTF. We'll get the files that we need into the game. I'm going to close this out, close some stuff out here real quick. I always like to get a little bit of track time in there once we get a lot of our work done, with things we've worked on, just to kind of enjoy the fruits of our labor. So I think I'm going to do that. Let's go ahead and close some of this stuff out just to free up some resources. We do have the track already saved. Cool. We're just going to close this out. We just need to bring over the stuff that we did add, which in this case here was, I'm going to go ahead and just put the environment maps, all of them, into there. And to include that PTF, which is this one, and then all the files we need for the grandstand, which is right there. Copy all that over to I thought I had that one open, did I not? Nope. Nope, I sure didn't. Okay. I think I did earlier, but I think I closed it out as far as the game track directory. Okay, so one of the other things that I did have to adjust, like I was mentioning to you, Torch, was the fact that I had to adjust the pit stall, because with the latest changes that you made, that position, that pit stall position wasn't going to work. Okay, so we got all that in here. I'm going to back this one up until we can confirm that this one's good to go. So this is based on last week. Okay, and then we want to rename our track PTF. Shoot Man of War, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. Welcome on into Rock Nation. Hope you're doing well. Very much appreciated for that follow. Yeah, so we need to rename this, so I copy the name of that track folder so we can confirm, or definitely confirm whatever that we have the right name for this. Otherwise it won't load in sim. Oh, using those channel points to unlock the emotes. Cool. Oh goodness. What did you just do? Oh, for crying out loud. So we're trying to open it in the sandbox. You got a goofy thing anyway. What in the... What are you doing? Oh, my enter key got stuck. Whoopsie. Oh, for crying out loud. Stop. Yeah, my enter key got stuck when I tried to rename that goofy darn thing. Anyway, now I got all these instances of, son of a gun anyway. I gotta close all these now. Whoopsie. That's what happens when the enter key gets stuck. I gotta close all these. Holy crap. Good lord, okay. Give me a second. I gotta close all these instances of sandbox now. Good grief. Come on, screen, wake up. Oh, for crying out loud. It's gonna do this for everyone. My goodness. Alright, hold on. Ah, come on. You all can't see that, but it switches back and forth because it's trying to load each instance of a sandbox separately. Good grief, come on. What? I don't think I have a way to be able to close them all. Son of a gun, anyway. Hope this doesn't crash the stream. Come on, it's not even closing these. What the heck? Here, let me do this. I gotta do this. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, I hate when my status manager. Holy mackerel. I got a bunch of instances of okay, let's try doing it this way. So we'll end and bear with me, folks. I'll get it. Yeah, so that's what happened as far as this in the process of trying to rename the PTF there. Enter key got stuck. Okay, I think I got them all. Yep, I think we're good now. Okay, let's go ahead and get that out. Okay, back that up. Got our PTF name the way we need it. Good deal. Everything's in there. Now what I need to do... How did this get over here? I don't want that over there. Okay, we don't need this. We're going to close some stuff up here just to free up some resources here. That was just to show how that looked there. Applying the reflection and the mask. Get out of that. Alrighty then. So, give me just another second here. I'm going to get the wheel over here so we can get some track time. Yeah. So give me just a second here. Alrighty then, that was fun. Alright, so let's let me switch this over to put this one on and turn that one off. There we go. Alright, let's get this loaded up into the simulation here. So let's load up a profiler. Give that a sec. This thing has been slow lately there. The fact that it is connected and has to read all the Steam file, all the Steam games that I have on there. It's like it's been doing this lately. I don't know if that's something with Steam, but eventually it comes up there. There we go. Okay. Let's take some laps around it. This is always the fun part. Enjoying the fruits of our labor. Alright, just gonna give this a second. Come on, screen. You can do it. There you go. So we can only do this in testing mode as it stands right now. Yep, so we didn't have a problem there. Track is loading. Awesome. There's our stands. Now I did have to adjust the pit stall based on the new changes that Torch has made, I guess, since last week. So because it was putting us into the wall. See, now we're out here. So this is just preliminary. This is obviously not exactly where it needs to be. So pay no attention to that. But there's our stands. You can see those. I just want to sit in the car there for a little bit. Let's get out of the car and see if we can. What I should have done is actually loaded this up in. Let's pause that. Let's go to. Yep, so we can see it in there. This is actually a pretty good view here. There's pit 2. So that's from the turn 4 exit. You can see it from that angle, and then the turn 1. This is going in entrance to turn 1. This is pit road. That's turned out pretty good. Let's skip over that one. That's that one I always need to skip over. Okay, so let's take some laps around this bad boy. What do we say? We haven't been able to do this since last week when we got to take care of some of the height issues. Oh boy. Try to get a little hot and heavy there. Try to get all of it there. Try to get all of it there, but yeah, definitely looks pretty cool, I guess, with the stands in there. Even if it does need a little bit of tweaking to it, it's pretty cool, I guess, to have it in there. All right, let's take a look at. Take a look at a replay here. Welcome on in there, Amity. How we doing there? You just coming in time here, just we take some test laps on enjoying the fruits of our labor here, I guess, as far as putting this grandstand together. Let's see here. We want to. Let's go back here. Back it up. Check it out from this way. Yeah, so you can see it clipping through the track there, so that obviously still needs to be adjusted there, but I think that's easily corrected, I believe. Definitely adds another prominent structure that is a part of the track there. Even though it does need a little bit of adjustment, besides that fact. Cowl flaps deployed. There we go. So anyway, we were able to take a lap there anyway. I think for the most part, the object turned out pretty cool. Super happy that's in there. So just a little bit of tweaking is all. But yeah, I'll show that next week. As I mentioned, it gets as far as to show being able to get the DAE. We'll go through 3D SimEd. We'll load the track up into that. Get it spit out there. We'll get it put into our Max, our 3D Max, as far as to see what the conformity of that is in comparison to our LiDAR, and then just the model for the grandstand there. From that point, yeah, it definitely gives more dimension. Do you remember me asking you about your graphics settings for Wreckfest a little over a week ago? Yeah, yep, I sure do. I finally figured out what was your problem anyway there. Yeah, I do remember showing you what my settings were, at least anyway. Pretty cool. Yeah, but definitely gives more dimension there as far as just adding a little bit at a time. I guess as we go along, I guess as far as with the track build, the biggest thing is also, like I mentioned before earlier too, is once the fully implemented safer, you know, as far as on the outside, even on the inside for that matter, once that gets implemented, that's going to add even more dimension to it, as well as infield objects and things like that. So I think just adding these a little bit at a time, even at this stage, definitely a good thing. Takes the agony, I guess, as far as just working on the geometry of it quite a bit too. The game wasn't using graphics card. You had to go into NVIDIA settings, turn it on for the game. Yeah, that is weird. Shouldn't have had to do that. Definitely shouldn't have had to do that. That should automatically already be picked up by the game. I guess as far as what type of adapter you've got, I guess, for your video, in which case is in NVIDIA. Wreckfest definitely does support, I guess, as far as NVIDIA cards, that's for sure. Thank God for Reddit, right? I think I did actually come across a Reddit, I guess, as far as to figure out what's going on with the latest tournament that they've got in there as far as the season challenge. I did learn that through Reddit too, I guess, as far as that you have to well, you don't have to, but it behooves you, I guess, to set up a button if you got a wheel or a controller, I guess, as far as to be able to shoot the snowballs at the cars, I guess, to be able to get the points. I would have never known that. The fact that they don't explain that, the developers, they don't say anything at all for that season challenge in the tournament, for this latest tournament, season 8 that they got out. They don't explain that as far as even shooting the snowballs for that matter, let alone setting it up. Letting even know what button it is, I guess, if you're able to do it. I had to find that out on a Reddit, which I found kind of strange. But yeah, that's another one of the games that I do play here on the channel, is the Wreckfest there on Wednesdays. So it's like if you're new to the channel, if you know me at all, I guess, as far as like Amity does there, I do play that on the regular on Wednesdays here on the channel, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, in support of Wounded Warrior Project. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit the follow button, I guess, for getting notifications for when those streams go live, as well as any streams during on the live. Social medias have been posted there. Feel free to check those out there. I'll let you leave it up to your leisure. I do love the new 3090 Founders Edition GPU. Oh, who wouldn't? I'm just not spending as much as they cost. That's for sure. Yeah, they need to come down in price, I guess, quite a bit. So now my max settings, I get 70 to 100 frames. It's amazing. Nice. Pretty good. I don't even know what kind of frames that I get there. I usually have the Steam frame counter in there, and it's I think it is in between 60 and 80 frames with the settings that I have, which is plenty for my purposes. I've had no issues with breakfast at all. Oh, all right, folks. I'm a bit tuckered out here. Starting to get a little bit hungry too. It's been well over 4 hours here. I appreciate the raid that Deuce brought over. Everybody, I guess, as far as the raid is very rare Saturday afternoon stream as far as to bring everybody over from playing the FSN over there. So feel free to chime in on any of the streams here. Like I said, if you haven't followed already, make sure you do that. You get the notification when they're live. You get the social medias out there. They're also on the channel. Feel free to stick around for the raid or the host at the end of the stream if you so choose. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday and your weekend. And we'll be seeing you again real soon. Bye for now.